Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome in, hockey fans. I am your host, Travis Ballinghoff. Going to give you some NHL trade deadline coverage throughout the day. I was supposed to be joined by my co host, Ben Debroekert. He got called into work this morning, so he's unable to join me. He might come in later. Other than that, we're going to have some guests come through the live stream throughout the day, and we're going to have a good time. Sounds like Fleury just got traded to Minnesota for an unconditional pick, or a conditional pick, sorry. I don't have the details on that yet. That's pretty interesting to me because Cam Talbot started the season amazing, and he's struggled for sure as of late. Yeah, I don't see what round it is. Maybe it's maybe a second round pick, and if the Wild win the cup, it becomes a first. Chris Maher, what's up, buddy? Flyers fan mania 93, what's good? Chris will be coming on at some point today. We'll get his analysis on the Giroux trade, rest the line, and we'll see if the Flyers do anything else today. I would expect Braun, and I really hope Martin Jones. Sounds like Jack Campbell might come back sooner than earlier. I guess that'll affect what Toronto does today. Muzzin will be back in a week. Big Tic Tac guy. No, we got the M&M Minis. Can't go wrong there, bro. What's going on, Chris? You at school? Still not seeing what the return is for Fleury. Marty St. Louis just said that he doesn't think any game should be played on trade deadline day. I agree with that by a million. Could not agree more with that. Marcus Johansson's going back to Washington. I like that move. I think Washington needs a goalie bad. Like bad. Sounds like they tried to get Fleury a couple times and he just didn't want to go there. He's still a Penguin at heart. Talbot to Washington, that'd be interesting. They need a veteran there bad. I don't know what Talbot's contract situation. I guess if they could afford Fleury, they could have afforded Talbot. I don't know. Maybe we give him Martin Jones. I just hope today isn't slow. I remember last year being really slow until that Mantha for Verona trade happened. It would have been nice if Giroux got traded today, get the live reaction and all that, but kind of knew Thursday night he was going to Florida. Hmm. Oh, is that my man Paul in the chat? What's up, buddy? Sounds like we aren't going to do anything today aside from Braun. Not really liking the sound of losing multiple guys for nothing. No, I agree with that. I thought when I think it was Ant Sanfilippo said a couple weeks or months ago that Edmonton offered us a fifth for Martin Jones. I would have taken that right then and there. I don't think Martin Jones has been bad this season. He's been an okay backup. He's had some good games, had some bad games. Talbot 1 year left, 3.6. Is that 1 year left after this season, or is this just he's got a couple months left? I guess I should know that. Come on. Last year was brutal. It was very bad. 1 year left after this season. Okay. Hmm. Nah, Cam Talbot does make sense to Washington. You guys think Mrazek gets claimed? Probably not, right? What a brutal contract, and you just waive him. Couple years left. That's pretty nutty. I never liked him. He played for the Flyers for a couple months. He was awful for us. Jordan Hall just tweeted that Martin Jones, Nick Seeler, and Kevin Connaughton are all getting some work in at the Flyer skate zone or training center. Sorry. Sprong traded to Seattle. That's actually funny. I shouldn't say funny. I liked Sprong a lot coming out of juniors, and he really never developed into the sniper I thought he'd be. He's bounced around a little bit now. And when I watched Owen Tippett in juniors, the new Flyers, they got him in the Giroux trade. Um, he always kind of reminded me of Sprong, which isn't a good thing. Seeing how Sprong has developed at the NHL level. Um, I don't know. Tippett looked pretty damn good yesterday. I can understand trying to grab a fourth for Jones, but when there's better options, you take what you can get. I completely agree. I've been saying for a couple weeks, like I feel like the longer they wait on that trade, more goalies are going to become available, and I don't know. You might get stuck with them, and kind of like what you just said, like we might not do anything today besides Jones. I mean, not Jones, Braun. Sorry. Mrazek is washed. I agree. Oh, camera shake. If he's practicing today, I don't see it. Who's that? Jones or Braun? Um, Jordan said he's out there. Scotty Lawton's on the ice. That's good to see. No official practice today, but Martin Jones, Scott Lawton, Nick Seeler, Nate Thompson, and Kevin Connaughton are all on the ice right now. That's according to Olivia Reiner. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like he's out there. That's scary. That was funny yesterday. Did you see Fleury was playing without a glove for a couple seconds? I'm sure Chicago was scared out of their minds. Oh, there goes an asset. Wonder if the Flyers will sign and trade Braun like DeBrusk just got. Yeah, I mean if it's cheap, which you would think it would be, but if it's cheap, maybe that would benefit some teams. Some teams like acquiring rentals at the deadline, and then some teams it's like, oh, I wish he had another year left. I wish the Flyers would have, as much as it would have pained me to see Claude Giroux in a Boston Bruins jersey. If we're doing this whole quick retool thing, I would have liked DeBrusk in a 2023 first for G. Like I think it was Emily Kaplan. I think it was Emily Kaplan that said Boston made a aggressive offer. I would love to know what that was. Zaka for DeBrusk per Eklund. I haven't I haven't taken Eklund seriously since like 2013. So I'm not. Has anyone else said that? I'm not sure I like that for Boston. I think you could get more. I think the Oilers got to do something today, right? A goalie, a defenseman, both. Uh, Well, the Wild just traded Kakinen to the San Jose Sharks. So that pretty much rules out Cam Talbot getting traded. They'll roll with Fleury and Cam Talbot for the rest of the season, you would think. Oh, yeah, my bad, Chris. You just commented that. Tiny Claps in the chat says, "Go Leafs, go." Not gonna lie, I've been rooting for you guys in the playoffs the last couple of years because one, Wayne Simmons, and two, Austin Matthews is my favorite player, non-Flyers related. I love watching that guy play. But kind of got to bandwagon the Panthers because there's no one I'd rather see win the cup than G. So, but I'll be rooting for the Leafs as well. Wonder if Kessel goes somewhere today. I heard last week that both Boston was interested and Pittsburgh was interested. But that's kind of like they have to make the money work. I think if I remember correctly, Kessel didn't like when he left Pittsburgh. There was like some beef there with Gino. I wonder if that. I mean, I guess they're interested. So okay, that was just Elliott announcing the Kakinen trade. That's interesting. Ridgie asks, "What if the Flyers pick up Kessel?" I like Phil, but we got to get younger and we got to get more high end talent. He's not the goal scorer he used to be. He's on a cup winner, third line goal scorer, but I would not trade for him. Where do you see Domi going? Never really liked Max Domi. Sounds like Boston was interested for a little bit. I wouldn't do that. I think Boston, if they could get a legit second line center, they're going to be a very, very interesting team to watch in the playoffs. I think, and let's be honest, a second line center is not easy to come by, but if they're able to pull that out of their hat today, look out for Boston. Boston or New York. New York's got to get a defenseman, right? How sick would it be if, like, usually, like, the deadline ends at 3, we're gonna see some trades roll in after 3, just because the phone lines get so backed up going into the league office. How sick would it be at like 3:30? Patty King goes to New York. Yeah, as far as Domi goes, I don't know. I've always just thought he was overrated. These Kevin Weeks memes are hysterical. Bikini Bottom, Mount Everest. Earlier he was in the stew. Last night he was on the side of the road. And where else was he yesterday? They were hysterical. Someone tweeted that G has more followers than the Panthers Twitter account. That's pretty funny. Yes, the barber shop. That was hysterical. Man stopped mid cut. Break a trade real quick. Doubt Kane gets moved. Yeah, someone reported yesterday that he's told teammates he doesn't want to leave. But once Chicago starts to rebuild, I I would not be surprised. Like probably a summertime move if it does happen. But I don't know. I feel like once he kind of realizes, all right, this is a 5-year rebuild. I may not get a chance to win a cup again. Pull one out. Who else you see possibly getting traded today? I'm very intrigued by the Philip Forsberg situation. Do they keep him as their own rental? Do they extend him? Because it sounded this morning, and then it sounded like this morning an extension wasn't even close. Yeah, Kane in New York would be disgusting. Him and Panarin again. He's from Buffalo, so I mean it's not his hometown, but like it's close. Family could easier for the family to come see him play. I think Forsberg or Gaudreau is a flyer by July. I always laughed at like the Johnny Gaudreau memes, but I'm like really starting to think it ends up happening. I always thought like, all right, maybe he ends his career in Philly in like 10 years. But I mean, sounds like Hazy and Joel from Cam are like really trying to push him to get here. I guess it comes down to I shouldn't say hold up. So sounds like the Blues are kicking tires on Provy. They've been trying to get Provorov since last trade deadline. That's an interesting one. What do you guys think about Provy? If Kane goes to New York, I'd be willing to bet either Lafreniere or Capo Caco is involved. Yeah, you would think so, right? I don't think Lafreniere is going to be whatever everyone thought he was. Same thing with Caco. But Caco kind of like shows the skill sometimes. I'm not saying they're busts, but like I don't think they're ever going to be the touted high picks they were. Who said Provy? Someone texted me. Blackhawks are retaining 50% on Flurry, according to Frank Saravalli. Do we know the pick yet? Hmm. Where do you guys think Kevin Weeks is going to announce a trade from next? He's got to keep up in the game, right? Oh, I forgot Billy Guerin used to be Fleury's teammate. What do you guys think about the Provorov situation? Be very, 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 very reluctant to trade him. Same with TK. And it sucks because I honestly believe whether it's today or the summer, Konechny gets traded. But I don't know. I don't like that. I'd hold on to TK. Probably the top of the Empire State Building. That'd be sick. That would be sick. I say keep him one more year, let him play with Ellis. I agree with that. There's no doubt. Like, don't get me wrong. Provorov has been awful this season. He was awful last season. There's no doubt in my mind. If you give him a good partner, he's going to become an elite defenseman again. I don't know why it's such a drop off. Like, he's playing with Braun, who's ideally a third pair defenseman, but he's good in his own zone. And I think he's outplayed Provorov this season, to be honest. Like, I don't think there should have been this much of a drop off. But like I said, like if you give him Ellis next season, there's no doubt in my mind Provy's going to bounce back and be a top pair guy, an elite defenseman like he's shown. I'd rather keep TK than Provy. Yeah, I'd have to get wowed away to trade TK. Provy, kind of like kind of like Chris said, I would like to keep him one more year, but all them rumors we heard, I'm sure you guys heard as well, a week or two ago, sounded like they were true, which sucks. And they end up might being forced to trade him. Like best case scenario, all that crap blows over. I just don't see the need to move them. I just don't see the need to move them to them. Nice grammar, Chris. Come on. No, I agree. I just think part of me thinks Chuck just wants to get rid of all the Hextall draft picks. And that's why we're seeing Sanheim's name in rumors as well. Like, why would you trade Sanheim right now? And also, I think he just wants to retool and shake it up again. Not keep both of them if you can. Yeah, I agree. In order to perform an aggressive retool, you have to give up to get talent. Yeah, that's true. I'd really like to see Debroekert here next season. Yeah, I saw that. We talked about that a little bit. That's great. I mean, that kind of like confirms that like there was the report that he's really big into social media and he reads all this crap about him. I mean, that kind of confirmed that when he blocked you. Have to remember, he wasn't on ice till game number 22 for a 5-on-5 goal against. It happens. I agree. So the Fleury pick is a conditional first rounder. What is the condition? Does anybody know the condition for the Fleury pick? Is it Rush Joy just tweeted 3 minutes ago? Don't be surprised if St. Louis and Philly are linked ahead of today's trade deadline, as Blues have interest in Ivan Provorov and Travis Sanheim. What did I just say? That's all right. Ant Sanfilippo 5 minutes ago. Hearing that the NHL Flyers aren't getting worthwhile offers on Martin Jones at the moment. Assuming they don't approve over the next couple hours, they'd rather hold on to him than trade him for less value. There's a belief that all three of Noah Cates, Bobby Brink, and Ronnie Attard will join the Phantoms at the end of the NCAA season, and that Lehigh Valley can make a push for the playoffs. In that case, they'd rather have Felix Sandstrom play meaningful games with the Phantoms than a handful with the Flyers. I guess that makes sense. They want. Huh. I do know that Carter Hart really likes Martin Jones. But I feel like we have so many young goalies, and I don't think Sandstrom or Ustimenko is going to turn out to be what people thought they were when they were drafted. But you also have Urson, and you also have who's the Russian kid? Having a brain fart. I would give all four of them guys training camp battle for who wants to be the backup next year. That's a good way to save cap. Hmm. You think Cop is going to Colorado? What do you think the return would be? I like Cop a lot, and that kind of gives you insurance if Kadri leaves in the offseason for next year, right? You lose Kadri, but you still have Cop to fill in on the second line center next year, and obviously he helps you trying to win a cup this season. As far as what the return would be, hmm. Could it be a first? Maybe a conditional first? I could see that. But yeah, I do think I would not be shocked if Cop goes to Colorado at some point today. That's Chief, bro. If you're talking about Provy, yeah, Chief loves him. Let's see what else we got. Isn't Lappy coaching there to develop players? Thing is, Lappy's not a good coach. Awesome guy, not a good coach. Fedotov, yep. Going back to that, yes, completely agree. If Martin Jones took like league minimum, which wouldn't really make sense to do anyway, I'm just kind of throwing it out there. Then I'd bring him back just because he likes Hart. Hart likes him. It's a decent tandem, but I feel like it's a good way to um, one, save cap space, but two, you got to give one of these young guys a shot eventually. Sandstrom and Ustamenko have been in the system for a while now. Fedotov been going crazy over in Russia the last 2 years, right? 2, 3 years. Put on a show in the Olympics this season. There's been an offer for 2 second rounders, I believe, for Cop, but Winnipeg wants a first. Yeah, that makes sense. I think a conditional first for Cop makes sense. The conditional in the Fleury deal is if Minnesota reaches conference final and Fleury wins 4 or more games in the first 2 rounds, huh? I mean, that would, unless he gets hurt, but then, huh, do you think Minnesota can reach the conference finals? I don't know. I really like Calgary. I like Colorado, but they need more sandpaper, man. Interesting. That's funny. Someone get a timestamp. I reported that Provy to St. Louis before the Snow the Goalie guys did. Where do you guys think Braun goes? He's really like the only certainty that gets traded today. I would like to see Jones moved, like we just talked about, but it's pretty much a definite Braun gets traded. Also, I would like to see Braun back next, bring him back in the summer if he actually likes it here. Hmm. Probably Edmonton. Yeah, they need help on the back end. They also need a goalie. Maybe like Braun. I wonder if they'd be interested in that. Braun and Jones for a second. I would do that. Do you think Stasny's going to get moved? He's actually had a decent season. Yes, I think he'll get moved. Maybe he goes back to Colorado. I definitely think Colorado adds a center. I think they should add more sandpaper as well, but Yeah, Stasny pending UFA, so he's a rental. You'd imagine the Jets eat 50% of that just to help get the deal done. But yeah, I do think Stasny gets moved. Edmonton has decided they aren't looking in the goalie market for whatever reason. Yeah, that's dumb. That's strange. Looks like we have our first guest of the day popping in. Got a bit of a blank screen at the moment. I can't hear him either. Yo,
What's up?
what's going on, bro?
Not much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good to see you.
Yeah, last night was fun, huh?
It
Couple
was.
snipes.
A couple snipes. Yeah. Toby's hot. Got some rest.
There you go.
Doing good, man. Had
How
some
long?
issues.
How long was the drive home last night?
45 minutes. Not bad. No
No, that's
traffic.
not terrible.
That's not bad at all. Just way past my bedtime, so I'm not used to
Right.
driving at that time. Yeah.
So what's going on? What's going on in the nasty knuckles world?
Well, we're just trying to piece together a couple trips. We're headed down to Nashville this weekend for a trip with fans of Philly. 500 other Flyer fans checking out the Flyers game there on Sunday. So we're trying to work out potential interviews down there, maybe with Nick Cousins if we can arrange it, and then a couple other little irons in the fire we got going on, setting up our ball hockey tournament, all that good stuff. So
That'll be fun.
yeah,
I
man,
know Chris is in the comments right now. He wants to play in the ball hockey tournament again.
we'd love to have him. He was a ringer last year.
Oh, I know. He was playing
Played
two
like 12
teams.
games,
Yeah,
12
that
games.
was nuts.
I don't know how he did it, man. He was an all-star. So
So your old teammate Claude Giroux got traded recently to the Florida Panthers. What do you think the fit is for G's standpoint?
you know what? I just think it's an opportunity for G to go and do what he does best is play the game he loves without the pressure of the city of Philly, being a captain, being the number one go-to guy. I think he's gonna settle in nicely wherever they line up slotting him in there, and then I think he's just gonna play and do what he does. I mean, I think it's great, for the family going down to Florida, especially in springtime here. I mean, it's gonna be beautiful weather. Just for me, it's just like a fresh start, just like go play, enjoy winning again, and hopefully sneaking out a cup there. So I think I honestly I think it's great for him. Honestly, I mean,
Yeah, I think most of the Flyers fan base became bandwagon Panthers fans the last
yeah,
couple of days.
yeah, right,
Sounds like he's going to play with Barkov and Verhage on the top
right.
line. That's not bad.
It's not bad. That's not bad at all, right? But again, like even if he's on the top line, they're not looking at him as like carrying the load of the team, right? They already have their core guys, and he just is a complementary player to them. So not bad guys to start your stint off with.
No, not at all. Holy, lot less pressure. Lot less pressure. So a couple of weeks ago, they signed Risto to that contract extension. What do you think about that one?
Excuse me. Well, you know what? I think we talked about this. We've talked about it on Nasty Knuckles a couple times. I just think I think originally before he had signed that the rumblings where he was wanting too much money, and it was just like, okay, you got a big body, I understand as a first rounder, a couple decent years there in Buffalo on a really shitty team, but the reality is that he is what he is. And I think the conversation before he had signed was like, well, we like Risto, but not for 6 million or I think 6.5 or whatever the hell he was asking for.
Yeah,
And I think we said like 4.5 would be something that would be like we feel would be a value, right? I mean, to him, and being under that $5 million mark. What did he settle with? Is it 5 million, 5 years for 5 million a year,
Yeah, 5.1.
5.1 or something? Yeah. So um, it was a little more than what we expected, but it's I don't know. You look at a guy like I got like look at a guy like Hag, and is he better than Hag? Maybe, but not by a ton,
Right.
and a little bigger body, maybe a little bit heavier. But I think Hager plays a.
Oh, I think he cut out on us. We're back.
We're back. This is what I was talking about. My screen just starts disappearing on me. But I guess it's just always about like, yes, a guy can be valuable, but I guess when you talk about the money associated with it, is really always the variable. If it's a good deal, I don't any more than that. I'd be like definitely way overpaid, But he's a big body that can eat minutes. And I get it. If you're trying to build like a solid back end, you're gonna have to say overpay a little bit. I think it's maybe a little overpaying, but if you want to lock him down, you have to make it worth his while. I think he was shopping around at like 6.5. Is that the number that I was?
Yeah, 6.3.
6.3, which was definitely overpaid. I would highly disagree with that, but it is what it is. I like risk though. It just if you're gonna save a Schmill, that would have been nice, but shoulda, woulda, coulda.
Yeah.
I like locking down a guy for 5 years that has a Philly type of attitude, right? I mean, he's that he's a grunt worker. I mean, he plays physical. Obviously not much of a fighter, but it's not really about that anymore, anyway. So it's just being physical, and eating up minutes, and being reliable. So if you can do that consistently, um, I'm good with it.
Yeah, I like Risto, and I think he's helped bring Travis Sanheim's game up. Um, One thing that really bothers me is that like the guy has puck skills,
He
and we
does.
don't see him that much. And I wish we'd see him more. Like you don't have to go around there dangling your butt off, but let's see it once in a while. But I think I would have traded him, and to me, it kind of feels like Chuck was kind of doubling down on his move,
Right. Yep.
gave up a lot to get him.
Yep. I
But
agree with that.
I don't know. I don't think he's as bad as like some of these analytic charts that we see and all these heat maps, and I don't think he's that bad. Like it, kind of like you said, if you could have got him for a little bit less, it looks better.
He looks better. Yeah. It's not that
But
easy, and like finding quality D to be in top four pairings. You don't they don't just grow on trees, right? You have to draft them, and in your free agent signings, these guys. There's a few of them that come up, but like um, you know, it's one of those you let them go. Not that there's not anybody else that you could sign, but like I don't know. It's just one of those things. You kind of know what you're gonna get. You've had them for a year. And then I do agree with you. Maybe part of it is chasing, doubling down because you're kind of chasing the bad deal, or what you kind of gave up originally. So, but I agree on the puck skills. I mean, the guy's a first round pick, right? I mean, I don't know what the largest point total he's had, but I think maybe it's in like the 40-point range. Again, playing top pair in Buffalo, you're gonna get more power play time, and you'll end up being more in an offensive role. So maybe he's been told or coached into being a little bit more simple. Like you said, he's not a guy, definitely not a guy who should be carrying the puck up and being like Chemo Timonen or Ghost or what I mean, or he's someone that's going to carry up and carry the mail. But I do agree, he does have more puck skills than I think that we've seen. So maybe it's a comfort thing, or maybe it's a coaching thing. Maybe it's kind of like just is what we want you to do, and just keep it simple, and whatever else. If you do this well, keep you in your lane. But um, hopefully that there's a larger upside with this guy. Hopefully, like this year is a shit year as a team. It's hard to really do a great evaluation on every individual on their own. But I'd like to think that going into next season, we thought this last year too. This season was going to be like a great season, but
Right.
a lot of injuries, a lot of unpredictable things happen. But I like to think that going in with a 5-year deal, it's not he's got more room to grow. I would think so. Hopefully, we see that.
I want to go back to something you just said. Uh, you got to develop top four defensemen. We thought we had that in Phil Myers. He had a bit of a shit year last year. They trade him to Nashville, and Nashville's like great at developing defensemen. They just put Phil on waivers and he cleared. Now you coached Phil in Lehigh Valley, correct?
Yeah, briefly. Yeah, but I did.
So what would you say? Is there anything you could point to? Because the guy, it seems like he's got all the skills in the world. Like,
Yeah, you
any
know what?
idea what's going on there?
Well, you understand, like Phil was as a free agent, right? He was an invite to camp. I mean, this guy
Yep.
just showed up with not being drafted and turned some heads his first camp, and he's like a big body that could skate and was kind of doing a little bit of everything. So he caught the eyes of management, rightfully so. So he wasn't like a top 3 pick where it's like his foot's in the door, and we have to make these higher picks work. You have to develop these guys. So he was kind of like a little bit of a bonus, like a little bit of a like, oh geez, this is a nice little addition to what we already have. I think he was growing so fast in the minors, and got these stints, and all of a sudden is playing the NHL. I think it's not so much physically what he can do. I think it's the mind, right? It's from what I understand from playing and coaching, the variable that keeps you in the lineup is consistency. And he's got the big body. He can skate. He's got confidence at times, but then it's just like there's other times where it's just like it just falls apart for him. So there's less room. I feel like there's less room for patience when a guy's not a first round pick or second round pick, where the organization owes it to the player to give him that extra chance, another chance. You know what I mean? Because you don't want to blow up a first pick or second pick because it looks bad.
Yeah.
But a free agent guy, you can part ways, and it could be like we're just like an experiment. We developed this guy coming out of training camp into the minors, and then you play. I don't know how many games you play with the Flyers, and you move them. But to me, it's just like it's just the head, right? I mean, it's a game of absolute competition as far as not just the game itself, obviously, but a competition for roster spots, right? I mean, you're constant. If you're a fringe guy, you're a 6 or 7 guy. Like when you come in, you got to make sure that you're not coming out, and you got to do everything in your power. But if you give them one reason to pull you out, you're the guy to get pulled out. They're not going to pull out a second rounder or a first rounder, unless it gets that bad for those guys that they have to. But like I was an undrafted guy and I was a fringe guy. I understand Phil Myers way more skilled than I ever was. But the reality is if you're on the fringe and you're not being consistent, you're going to be the guy that's going to be, yanked, and you're going to be the kind of the scapegoat. And that's kind of what I see happen with Phil,
Yeah.
so I can't pinpoint exactly what it is, but it's just inconsistency in his game. And I'm not breaking down every single one of his shifts in his game, but I know I did that when I was coaching as a defenseman coach back with the Phantoms. And these coaches and organizations are ultra critical. Like they will ISO cam each player, and especially if you're a fringe guy, they will find things wrong that you did.
Hmm.
And that's just the reality,
That's
because
interesting.
it's such an ultra competitive sports are just ultra competitive, and
Yeah.
the room for error is so minimal. And if you're a fringe guy, an undrafted guy, they don't have a whole lot invested in you. It's easy to sit you out. It's easy to put you on waivers because you're not going to hear any backlash from the media and the fans, because that was just the guy you just landed up develop magically in the minors, and he was a bonus, right? I mean, you don't see that very often. A guy comes to camp and signs an NHL ticket out of training camp.
Right.
So I think they got what they needed out of him if, for the time of it, and then he moves on. And I was hopeful that he would be able to find his game again, but it's not that easy. Again, it's like 1 or 2 bad games, someone's taking your spot, and you got to come back in, and you got to almost like reprove yourself. And so it's just it's consistency, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's interesting. I always thought that, like, going back to 1920, that year the Flyers were really good. Like, he was awesome that year.
Yeah,
And then there was that big pause due to COVID, and he really struggled in the playoffs. And one thing I noticed was that, like, teams were dumping it in his corner every chance they got and banging him and forechecking him hard. And he had to make that quick decision, and he never could. And
yeah,
I always just thought maybe, teams had all that time off and they had time to watch video, and maybe they just figured something out. And it's interesting you mentioned, like, maybe it's up there. Like, that's something as a fan I'll never know, but it's really
yeah.
interesting.
Well, that's where it always is, right? I mean, it's like to go back for a puck under pressure. That's why like coaches teach this, right? Or or enforce this is like like find the weakest link and put it in their corner,
Yeah,
right? I mean, you're gonna go back for you're gonna go back for the puck, and you're probably gonna make a bad play. You're gonna make a panic play. That's where it comes to the mind. Like really high end composed defensemen could make a play under that kind of pressure,
right.
right? Whether it's a little pop play or eating the puck. But I find that to your point there is just like there was a reason why teams did that is because like that would be say like the weakest link. You know that if you're gonna put it into this guy's area, and you pressure him. That's the biggest thing is like you pressure him and put him in a bad situation that he's gonna make a bad play, or he's gonna make like not the A play, you make the B play or the C play, which is in the favor of the opposition's hands. So you know, I find from my own experience that that first year, that first taste of the NHL, like it's all emotion,
Yeah,
it's all positive energy, especially if you get in the lineup and you're playing well and all this stuff, right? I mean, I know for my first year, then it's like okay, now we got to go do it all over again, right? It's a new year, or in this case, you're talking about the playoffs, but like that consistency, right? It's easy to do it for a short period of time. It's hard to do it for long periods of time, especially once you start getting in your own head. You're going back for pucks and you're not making the plays. Well, now the coaches, your coach is on you, and their coach is saying keep doing it.
yeah,
So every time he's out there, he's feeling more pressure, and then you get in your own head, and it's always the head, it's always the mind, right? It's like these guys are physical specimens. It's just about who can execute at the highest level the most consistently are the guys that stay in the lineup. And then it's just based on like minutes, based on like if you in a hockey game, if you made 60 plays or you attempted to make 60 plays, what are the percentage of you actually executing on those plays? You know what I mean? And then you like look at the numbers and it's like, okay, well, Phil's at the bottom. It's like, well, he's not executing, so we got to bring someone else in, or he's replaceable, right? So it's always
yeah,
like, is he replaceable or is he not? And usually like the bottom bottom fringe players are very, very, very replaceable, right? I mean, it's like, okay, we can just call someone for the minors and probably can do the same job. Or you can find, another guy maybe hasn't had an opportunity to play and fill in there and see how he does and then maybe make a swap. But if it's going well, it's going well. Everything is great until it's not going well. And then it's like any other team. It's like, well, we got to shake things up. And generally those are the guys that, feel the brunt of it.
yeah. That's interesting. I think it's very telling that guy has all the tools in the world, but this defenseman factory in Nashville already gave up on him. I think that's pretty telling.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's just it. And it just shows you like, well, you have to understand, like, I mean, everyone knows, like, how ultra competitive each roster spot is. Like, it's like even if you make the team, your job, unless you're like again like that elite player, guaranteed contract of no movement or whatever. Like you feel somewhat safe. Like you're always like defending your turf. You're always defending your job, and there's always new draft picks coming in. There's always more guys are developing, and there's always the new flavor of the week, right? And again, if
Right.
you're not playing as high of a level as they're expecting you to, I'm telling you, I've been in these conversations before, in the coaching room, and then as well as in the boardroom of the general manager's office. Is like they're hypercritical of every move, and they will show you every move that this guy's made in the last 2 weeks that's not up to their expectations, and they're gonna rip on it. And they're gonna have me sit with them. They're gonna show him. They're gonna sit with him and show him. And if he doesn't like make any adjustments, they just move on. Right? It's just
Yeah.
like It's just the nature of the beast. I just haven't been following him as closely as I should have, this year. But just knowing what I know of the game, it's just like it's all the things I'm saying. It's just like if your play is not to the caliber that they're expecting you, and you go through a week or two of that, someone's filling in, and if you don't make any improvement, Nick, you're going to be thrown on waivers, especially towards the end of the season, trade deadline, where teams are trying to make moves to open up space to give it a run. Like you're that guy that you're expendable, and then see you later. There's no emotion, from the general manager and players. It's just like it's business. So
Yeah. Yeah, he's pretty much been in and out of the lineup all season.
yeah,
Hasn't scored a goal, and then Thursday night, G's 1000th game, Nashville comes to town. Phil Myers is in the lineup, and of course, he scores against his
yeah,
old team.
right,
Pretty funny. I wish I had money on that.
yeah. I know
Uh,
you should have.
Going back to G, do you think Chuck got enough in return?
I don't think so. I think that
Nah.
that move probably should have been made earlier. Honestly, yeah, I don't know enough about Owen Tippett. I mean, he's obviously a first round pick, but he seems like he really hasn't totally found his stride. Was a first rounder in 2024,
Yep.
and yeah,
It was
I don't
Tippett 2024 first and 2023
third
third.
third right? Yeah, I don't think so. I no, I don't think they got enough in return, but
No.
I think they might have waited too long, and that was probably because of that 1,000 game thing. I'm
Yeah.
not sure. But no, it is what it is, and I mean it's a tough one. I don't know how easy. Again, I've never been a general manager, so I wouldn't know how easy or hard it is to make some of these deals. But you got to have something in return for some of these guys, and you got to somehow make it work. But I think you just kind of handcuffed him. I'm not sure how many other teams were interested at that exact time. I don't know how much truth there is to what was kind of the rumblings that was said, within that meeting. But I think it was just one of those. You just had a deal, and you had to make it work. And I don't know. What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, I definitely don't think Chuck got enough for it. Part of me thinks like I don't want to say it's Drew's fault because it's not. He earned that no move clause. He had any and all right to do whatever he wanted.
Right.
And that's I mean Homer gave him a no move clause 8 years ago. I mean that kind of stuff happens. That's why you see very little no move clauses handed out these days. Um, yeah, I mean we know G wanted to play his 1000th game in Philly, and they weren't going to trade him before that. Um, and listening to a couple other podcasts and reading some articles, it sounds like it was like the worst kept secret in the league that G only wanted to go to Florida. It sounded like he was weighing Colorado and Florida, and then about a month ago, he just decided, all right, I'm going to play for the Panthers. So I mean, when you only have one team involved and they know that, it's hard to get any value back.
That's it, right? Yeah. You don't have a whole lot of bargaining chips there.
I do find it funny they got a 2024 first. I mean, Chuck's not even going to be here to make that pick.
Yeah.
That's going to be Danny Briere's pick.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. But I guess to keep the flies away, he still is in that position right now. If you don't get a first round pick in that trade, you're going to really hear it
Yeah,
from the media. But yeah, I agree with you. If you got limited takers, or I mean, if it limited choices, not limited takers, I think everyone would want G. But if G chooses where he goes,
yeah,
and if he's only got two spots on the map that he wants to go, and Florida's one of them, like again, like there's not a whole lot. I don't know what Florida could have done otherwise. What they had to give up anyway. So I think it just make the deal work and move on. Honestly,
yeah.
and it's just
It
it's just
sucks because they traded their 2023 first for Sherratt a
right.
couple of days before that 1000th game. Maybe if
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah,
it's a shame.
yeah,
Do you think Flyers may do anything else today? We got Brassard's a pending UFA, you got Jones a pending UFA, and you got Braun a pending UFA. So I imagine Chuck would try to trade them guys, but could you see anything bigger than those guys?
I'm not sure. Provorov could be an interesting one, and we talked a little bit about this. Again, I don't know how much truth to what has been said about him in the media there, but um, I think he's maybe underperformed a little bit, but I think he still has a lot of value. Maybe a guy like that could use a fresh start and maybe still get something significant in return.
Yeah.
I don't know. That would be the only one really that it comes to mind. Um, you say bigger, like a bigger name outside of the guys you mentioned.
It
That
sounds
be
like Konechny. It sounds like
Yeah,
the
connection.
Devils, the Maple Leafs, and the Kings are all interested in TK.
Yeah, yeah, and we've talked about him before too. And yeah, I think a guy like that could add a lot of value into a contending team because I think when he's slotted in more, in a more precise role where he's not expected to be a go-to offensive guy, I think he can add a lot of energy, especially in playoff time. And greasy little player that can maybe score some timely goals. You generally in playoffs, it's like that third, fourth line kind of. Not that he's gonna be a fourth liner. Maybe it depends on who
Right.
he goes to. Maybe it's second, third. But like nonetheless, he's full of piss and vinegar and can find those kind of greasy type playoff goals. Um, I like TK again. Just for every reason, I'm assuming it's more like that collective shitty year. That everyone seems to kind of underperform a little bit. Whether you just want to chalk it up as that, but I like TK. I think when he's gone, he can be super helpful to a team, especially a contender.
Yeah, I like TK a lot. I would be very careful trading him.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, he's gonna go and shove it up your ass. I'm sure. If he,
Yeah, like we saw 1920. He's a point per game player, and then he had that awful playoff, and then coming into the next season, he started like gangbusters, and then AV scratched him because he wasn't playing defense. I don't know if he ever rebounded from that.
yeah, yeah.
Like kind of going back to Phil about like confidence and headspace, like maybe AV got in his head a little bit.
Well, that's it, and I think I agree with you. I've seen a lot of. You say you want to blame it on the coach, or you want to blame it on the player, but I've seen a lot of interactions with players where the coach sees them a certain way and it's communicated, whether it's communicated the right way or the wrong way, but it fucks with the player. The player never fully responds because now they're kind of confused. They're not able to be their true self. They're worrying about mistakes. And once you start thinking like that, it's like, standing up at the tee box and, I'm going to say, I'm going to whiff, I'm going to whiff, I'm going to whiff. And it's like, well, you're going to whiff,
Right.
because it's like, you're in your head already. And that's where, like, again, like the strong minded guys can deal with that adversity and that, and that whether you agree with it or not, that there's that opinion that you need to play a different way. That's part of what coaches are supposed to be doing. But part of what coaches are supposed to be doing too is also empowering their players, where they're not like stripping their confidence. It could be a teachable, coachable moment that doesn't need to go the other way, where the guy feels like inferior to where he did before, and now he's playing shittier because he can't get out of his own way.
Yeah.
Um, I've seen that a lot. It happens. And confidence is a thing that it's an interesting thing. I remember coaching with Terry Murray and talking about confidence, right? And guys will come in and be, I got no confidence. I got no confidence. And then I remember Terry telling me the story, like he takes a piece of paper, he writes the word confidence on it and slides it over to the player. He's like, here. Because it's like, well, because like, what is confidence, right? It's like a belief in yourself. And you got to believe in yourself no matter what, right? I mean, whether your teammates believe in you, your coach believes in you. And I think that's where guys have the disconnect, is that they feel like the coach doesn't believe in them. Then all of a sudden that they're in their own head and they've almost like lost belief in themselves. And I think that's where it generally lands up going wrong. But like, yeah, obviously, like we want our coach to believe in us, and you feel like your coach believes in you. That's where, like, when the last minute of a period or last minute of a game, you got certain guys go out there because the coach believes in you guys in that situation. And it's not like a diss on the other guys. Yeah, if only 5 guys you can throw it there. But like, if you feel like that throughout the game and throughout a season, where it's like, geez, I'm like, my coach really isn't like, I just don't feel like he believes in me. Or like, if you don't have a strong mind, to just kind of battle through that, then you're going to be your own worst enemy. Then then you're always questioning your own confidence, and it's psychology 101, really. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? It's like you have to be able to be just strong enough mentally to be able to wean through coach's opinion, because you're going to get a lot of them. And whether you say the coach ruined the player, or maybe on the player for not being able to deal with the opinions and the coaching. I mean, that could be debated, but communication is everything. Proper communication is everything, right? I mean, how you deliver your message.
Yeah, I feel like the average fan doesn't realize that.
Yeah, yeah, they don't, because you can essentially say the same thing in 2 or 3 or 4 different ways, and one connects with the guy, and the player comes out of it better player, better person, empowered. You can say the same thing a different way, where you've demeaned the guy, and you've made him feel less than human, and whatever. Again, you essentially stole his confidence, if you want to say that. That could ruin a guy, right? I mean,
Yeah.
and then you can sit and play the devil's advocate. Well, he needs to be tougher, and this is a tough man sport, and this is that. But the reality is not every personality is the same. And like I learned that in coaching, is like the way you talk to player A could be completely different the way you talk to player B. Some guys are just more resilient, and they need that, the hardness on them, because that they have so much more to give. You got other guys that are very, like, say, unsure, and where they fit in, and they're a little, you need to be a little more coddled. But I guess where I'm going with it is like how you deliver the message could have a profound impact positively on the player, where you're gonna get what you want out of him, is to play better, right, and to be
Yeah.
more consistent. Or you can go the other way. You know what I mean? That's why it's like there's a fine line there of like how you communicate your message, and you can't just go in there every single time and rip on guys and rip guys new assholes and just completely demean them, because some guys may respond to that, and say most don't. I think the old school way of doing that, like the old Mike Keenan way of just like absolutely destroying a guy's spirit and character, um, is long gone, right? It's like this really much more coaching, actual coaching and communication. But that being said, is like there's only still the same amount of spots on a team, you know, in the league, and that hasn't changed. So you got 18 guys that dress every night and two goalies, and everyone and their brother is fighting for these spots, and it's ultra competitive. So it just goes back to what we were talking about, just the consistency, and find a way to be confident. And if you don't, there's gonna be a younger guy that's gonna be more confident. It's coming in feeling high on himself, and then the coach loves that energy, and then that energy gets thrown in above you. And then if you don't have the ability to manage your emotions, and stay positive and keep working through it, you're going to be that guy that's going to be pouting and having that bad energy, and then all of a sudden now you're known as that guy that has the bad energy, and then it's an easy one for the coach, like, see you later,
Yeah.
you're gone, it's over. So it's a fine line. It's nothing easy about the business of sports, being a player. I mean, for sure.
Did did you have a favorite coach when you played?
I did, yeah. John Stevens was my guy, and going to back all the things we talk about, Johnny, like Johnny communicated so well. He was just an honest guy. You look you in the eye, and and just like any other coach, he demand hard work and a good attitude. But like I felt like I got rewarded with it, right? I mean, it was like all of a sudden I was like on a PTO with the Phantoms, and next thing you know, I'm signing another 25 game PTO. But Johnny, he just seemed to like I could just feel the belief in me, and it helped me believe in myself, right? But yeah, I think it was always how he communicated. I had Chief as an assistant coach there, and it was just like things were going well too, right? It's always nicer when you're winning, but that being said, there's also guys that lose jobs when you're winning too.
Yeah.
I land up taking a couple guys' jobs, and they certainly weren't happy. But the bottom line is just Johnny just appreciated um, just honest hard work, a good attitude, and a guy that again what you're going to get out of him every time he's in the lineup. So, I landed up playing in the Calder Cup that year, my first year in Philly, 04, 05. And, I pushed out a couple of veteran guys in playoffs, and that was arguably the best league in the world. And I remember Johnny saying to me, he's like, I'm putting you in because I know what I'm gonna get out of you. And you might only play 5 minutes, but I know when you're gonna get out there what I'm gonna get out of you. So that's why you're in the lineup. And I appreciated that. Would I have
Yeah.
liked to play 10 minutes? Of course. But I mean, I was happy with what I got, and always worked to try and get a little bit more. But the fact that he communicated that with me and made me, kind of understand where I'm at, I appreciate that. And then Laviolette comes in after Johnny's fired, and I appreciate Lavi, but he didn't play me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I appreciate a lot of stuff that Lavi taught, and but he didn't play me. And I was working on my ass off to get back in the lineup. I leaned up and did all these things that trying to get out of the fat camp and all the stuff that he had all these things that he was preaching. And I was doing whatever I could. Um, did it work out for me as a player in the NHL? No, but what I did learn from it was like, um, that I needed to be better. I should have figured out some of this stuff maybe beforehand, so I wouldn't have to
Right.
deal with this stuff once he kind of comes in into the team and puts his blueprint on it. But I learned a lot from Lavi. It was just all your attitude, right? I mean, it's like it's easy to thrive when everything's going well. But it's like the real true character comes when things aren't going well. As a team, right? It's like guys get all bent out of shape and hanging their heads and all that stuff. So, um, but even for me personally in that situation, I took what I could out of the situation I was in and try to learn from it and just take that into the real world, right? I mean, that would end up being my last year playing in the NHL. I retired. And I think my attitude too. I got thrown on waivers that year, and they could have easily sent me down. Um, but they didn't because I had a good attitude. I took every warm up the whole season,
Yeah.
and then I ended up getting a coaching job. So it's just kind of like I don't know. It's just how you deal with adversity.
Yeah. And like you said, taking it into the real world, like just in life in general, like all you ever want from someone is just like be honest and good communication skills. And it's cool. Like Johnny was like that kind of guy.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I mean, my audio just went out there,
Yeah. I
so
figured you're good.
I didn't hear what you
Um,
said. Sorry.
so going back to coaching, like, what do you think about the Flyers' current coaching situation? Is there someone you'd like for them to bring in the off season?
I don't dislike it at all. I mean, from what I've learned that like guys like Yosi.
Yeah.
That being said, after the way the season's gone, my personal opinion is like let's start from scratch. Let's bring in a new voice. And we've talked about this before too. I think a guy like John Tortorella, shake things up, passionate guy. I know his shelf life is probably um, a lot less than maybe some other coaches, but I think just like having just a real fierce identity coming out of the gate, you know, um, it's a little bit just a different type of angle than what we've seen this past year, the past 2 years, right? So just
Yeah.
that's it. We've mentioned talking before, but I think I think Tortorella or someone like that could be a nice addition to just shake things up, fresh start. I say fresh voice. It's always a fresh voice with a new coach, but a guy that has street credit as far as he's known to get guys to work and maximize guys. So again, does he wear on them over time? Yeah, and his shelf life might be 2 years. But I think you can see, I think you visibly see an identity out of the gate having a guy like that.
No, I agree with that. My one worry with Torts is that, um, and I don't know any inside information about John Tortorella, but from what I see as a fan and on TV, is that he's very tough on guys,
Hmm.
and so is AV. And the team, though it's not completely the same, Jakey and Ghost are gone and them guys, but like, I wonder if this core group that they still have, how they would do with Torts.
Yeah, it's a tough question, and there's different levels of being hard, you know what I mean? And it's like, again, you can be hard, like Chief is hard, but he's respectful hard, right? And then there's another hard, like I think AV can come across as like arrogant hard or like, demeaning hard. From what I've learned of torts, I don't know him from a hole in the ground, but I've spoken with several guys now that have had torts as a coach, and
Hmm.
ironically, it's all positive. Like they love Torts. They
Yeah,
actually appreciated his hardness and his honesty and all that good stuff. So I think it's just you know uh it's just all how you communicate the hardness, right? I mean, I think it's just one of those things that we never know until we saw.
yeah,
So
very true.
my computer's getting all funky here again.
Jeff Merrick just tweeted 3 minutes ago. Justin Braun traded to the New York Rangers. Not sure what they got. It's a third round pick in 2023. That's supposed to be the best draft since the Richie and Karch draft.
I can hear you now. Sorry, my audio keeps kicking out. I'm seeing
Okay,
Justin
I got
Braun
it.
got just out.
Justin Braun to the Rangers for a 2023 third round pick.
Okay.
And that's supposed to be the best draft since the Richie and Karch draft in
Oh,
2003.
really? Hey, interesting.
Yeah,
Very
I'm curious if they do anything else.
Yeah.
Because you would
It'll be
think like Carter Hart likes Martin Jones, they have a good relationship, but like they have four decent goalies in the system. Like you'd think maybe they move Jones and give one of the four a shot.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, for sure. That would be like something, yeah, you definitely think about doing down the stretch of a team that's not going into the playoffs, just giving some young guys some minutes and seeing what you got going into next season. That being said, they could probably still do that without having to move him, right? You
Right.
can just kind of however you move, like make a call up, an emergency call up, or there's some creative ways you could probably sneak a guy in for a game or two. But yeah, no, I hear you on that.
Cool. So I guess you and Nasty are going to Nashville soon and meeting up with an old buddy or two.
Yeah, yeah, we're looking forward to it. It should be good. We've been talking about it a long time, I feel. So,
Right.
um, Nashville is always a great spot. And, springtime, and we did the Phoenix trip there with fans of Philly. When the hell was it? I can't even remember. December maybe.
Yeah, I don't
But
remember.
yeah, but it was a smaller group, and we had an amazing time. But and the timing of this, the amount of fans, I think they have at least 500. So it'll be fun. Looking forward to it.
Did you have a favorite place to play when you were around?
I always like going back to Canada. Honestly, Montreal was a cool barn. I like playing in. Um,
Oh, we cut out. There we go.
I, now I can't hear you. Oh, there you go.
Good.
This thing keep doing this to me. But yeah, playing in Vancouver, maybe not so much for the building, but maybe it's because of going to the Roxy after the game. Because some of those trips, you're staying overnight versus like
Hmm.
hopping on a plane, actually having some fun. Yeah, MSG playing in Boston. It was cool. Some of these old school teams. Yeah, there's a few of them for sure.
Cool. Well, I guess that's all we got for you today, eh?
Say that again. Sorry, you cut out.
Got me?
I got you.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say thank you for joining me, and I'll talk to you soon.
Sounds good. Appreciate it. And sorry for the tech issues I'm dealing with.
Yeah, no problem at all. All right, I'll talk to you, bro.
All right, later,
Thanks
baller.
for hopping on.
No problem. Bye.
That was cool. Always some good insight from Riggs. He's played with a couple of these guys, and he's coached so many of them. I always like hearing his insight, and that's always good. So what's going on? Justin Braun traded to New York. I was hoping they could get a second out of him, but at least it's in 2023. I mean, that's a pretty deep draft. So I'm not against that. Alex Biega going to Toronto. That's an interesting one. I wonder what else they do. Max Domi's still out. I wonder if Chikrin gets traded. Sounds like whatever that injury is wasn't as serious as they thought. Domi's still out there. See what the Ducks do. Maybe Ricard Raquel. The Sharks are making moves and Edmonton is doing nothing. What world are we living in? Yeah, I mean the Sharks are an interesting team. Oh, look who it is. Mr. High and Wide, Jim Iacovone.
What's up, brother?
What's up, bro?
Are you talking about the Sharks over there as an interesting team? What's going on with the Sharks?
Well, I mean, so they got Burns and they got Carlson and they got Vlasic on these huge monster deals. None of the three are playing like they were when they signed the deal. So it's like tough. Like, do you rebuild? Because they got some young pieces already. Do you try to, like, I don't want to say the Hextall thing, but like kind of retool on the fly? Like,
Dude, I don't even know what they can do. Like the guys you just mentioned, they're signed. So you got Carlson signed until at least 26, 27. You got Burns signed till 24, 25. And Vlasic signed till 2025, 26. Massive, massive deals. And all those guys are 31 and over.
yeah.
Then you go Logan Couture, signed past 26, 27 for $8 million a season, 32 years old. And they just re-signed Thomas Hertl, who's 28. They signed him. I think it was an 8-year deal that kicks in next season, dude. So I don't know what they can do. Like those are 6 guys signed to massive deals.
Who you probably can't trade unless it's something like ridiculously like Brent Burns and 2 firsts, like something wild like that.
Yeah, I got no idea, man. Brent Burns is 37 already, and he's signed for 3 more seasons.
Yeah, that's nuts.
$8 million he's going to be making, or at least his cap hit is $8 million. Pretty wild, man. I don't know what's going on.
You can't rebuild. I guess it's just, do you go all in?
You have to, I think.
Yeah.
They made some. I like the offseason moves they made last summer, and picking up a guy like Nick Bonino, even though he's 33 years old, and they gave him a no movement, no trade clause. They gave him $2 million a year. It's a good player, good center. I wish the Flyers should have been in on him. I believe, but then they go out and get a guy like Andrew Cogliano for $1 million a season, another over 30 player. They need young talent to, much like the Flyers, they need young talent to step up and perform because, their core is all over 30, and it looks like they're all in on those guys. It's just crazy.
Right. I guess, yeah, it's like, I guess in that situation, you had to bring Hurdle back. I know you really like Hurdle, right? You wanted the Flyers to go get him.
Yeah. Early in the season too, like when Hayes went down, Coots was out. We weren't sure what was going on with Coots. LTIR someone. I
Yeah.
didn't think there was any reason to bring back Hayes, and he looks good now. So they did the right thing, I think. But LTIR somebody, like, they knew what was going on with Ryan Ellis. I think they knew what was going on with Couturier. LTIR someone and make a trade for Hurdle and figure it out in the summer how you're going to make it work.
Right. What do you think about this Justin Braun trade? 3rd round pick. I was hoping they could get a second, but at least it's in that deep 2023 draft.
Yeah, I agree. What they gave up for him a couple years back, a second and a third, so they recouped the third. That's probably what you were going to get. I think on our show we were saying around the same thing, third, fourth. Anything less than a fourth would have been not good.
Right.
So that's fine. 3rd round pick in the 2023 draft. I think a second. If somebody was going to give you a second, great, but you have to think, getting a third for them, that nobody was offering up a second.
No, yeah, you would think so.
Yeah.
What do you think about the Martin Jones situation? You think he gets moved?
I don't.
Really?
No, I don't. I think the time to move him was unfortunately back in November when Edmonton was offering up that pick. I think it was a 4th round pick. Yeah, I don't know. We had Dennis Bernstein on our show last week, and I had asked him about Martin Jones, and I even felt weird asking about Jones, because it's like, does anybody really want Martin Jones? And he said basically that ship has sailed, that there's other guys on the market who are better than Jones that could potentially help out a contender more than Jones. Maybe if a team's looking for a backup, like if they have a really bad backup, like you just saw Dallas pick up a guy, I think Wedgwood from Arizona.
Yeah.
They're going to use him as a backup. I think they gave a 4th round pick. Why wouldn't they want Martin Jones over Scott Wedgwood? I don't know. Maybe let me see. Maybe Wedgwood's making less money, because I know Jones is making $2 million this year. Let me check his cap hit real quick.
Yeah, Jones is at $2 million.
Okay, so the cap hit is $2 million cap hit. So yeah, I guess maybe that factors in. Maybe Wedgwood's cap hit was less, but yeah, I think they're stuck with him.
Yeah, I do too. And I've thought this whole time, like you said, we should have taken that pick from Edmonton when we had the chance, because as more goalies become available, why would you trade for Martin Jones? Like,
yeah, I'm also go ahead.
He's just mid. Like, I don't think he's bad, but why would you want him?
Yeah. I also heard that the Flyers, I think they're going to try to load up the Phantoms. And so if they moved Jones, they would have had to have called up Felix Sandstrom, and they want the Phantoms to make a playoff push. So what they're going to do is they're going to call up, all the college kids, Brink, Attard, guys like that. And they're also going to make guys like Tippett and Frost and one other guy. They're going to make them available to the Phantoms. Yeah, York available to the Phantoms, I believe. This way they can play in the playoffs for Lehigh. So they're kind of loading those guys up, is what they're planning on doing. So if they move Jones, then they would have to call up Sandstrom, and I don't think they want to do that.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. For some reason, I thought the Phantoms were bad this year.
Yeah, they started out really bad. And
I guess they're in playoff contention at this point.
Yeah, and it's funny because there's a lot of people out there that still kind of knock Ian LaPerriere. They don't want to give him any credit for it for some reason. Like, you look at the Phantoms roster, and it's not very good. Sure, they have some talent that we like for the Flyers, and Zamula and Wiley, but they've been hurt just as much as the Flyers have been hurt. I think the last I heard, without looking up, and I can do that real quick since we have the world at our fingertips here.
Right.
They were 6 points out of a playoff spot. Let me see. Here, they were 6 points out of a playoff spot with a game in hand on Wilkes-Barre or Hershey, I think it was. All right. So, well, having said that, they're 8th in their division, which is last.
That's what I was thinking. For some reason, I thought the Phantoms were really bad.
Yeah. Well, they are last, so it looks like the North Division is horrendous.
Okay.
Actually, that's not true. They're not bad. Yeah, I'm not sure how the Phantoms are only 6 points out, but or they were 6 points out. Yeah, they're still 6 points back behind Wilkes-Barre, and they're 12 points behind Hershey. So they're 22, 25, and 7 which is, I think they didn't win their first 10 games of the season, something like that. So they've progressed, I guess.
This is kind of screwed up, but Barstool Sportsbook app, whatever, used to let you bet on AHL hockey. I don't know why they got rid of it, but I was betting against the Phantoms every night and making pretty good money. For some reason, for some reason you can't bet AHL hockey anymore.
Huh. That's odd.
But yeah, that was a good way to make money for a little bit.
You a big gambler?
Nah, I got a couple of buddies who are, and they're like really trying to get me into it, and I don't know. I haven't placed a bet in a couple weeks.
Yeah, me neither. Mostly because I don't usually win.
Right.
So I'm saving a couple bucks. I think I did play hockey quite a bit last season and did all right. But this year, I think with the Flyers being so bad, it kind of just sucked the life out of me for all the fun stuff.
I made pretty good money on Crosby scoring whatever goal that was against us.
Oh yeah,
I made pretty good money off that.
Did you really?
Yeah.
I think all Flyers Twitter bet that one.
Right.
Except for me.
Oh man, you got to get in there.
I wish we knew Phil Myers was playing the other night because I would have definitely.
I know we were talking about that.
Yeah.
That was easy money.
Easy.
And the odds were probably pretty good too.
I had no idea he was playing until he scored that goal. I'm like, holy shit, I forgot Phil Myers. Because he only played like 25 games this year.
Yeah, he's been in and out all
and then they dumped him the other day.
Oh, that's nuts.
We were just and everything.
We just had Riley Cote on and we were talking about that a bit. He coached Phil a little bit with the Phantoms, and he thinks it's up here with coaching and all that and confidence, and it makes sense. The kid's got all the skill in the world.
Yeah, I like him. I mean, we were talking last night, and I'm going to say it again, and even I probably shouldn't repeat it because I'll probably lose all the listeners on my show. But I thought that Phil Myers' offensive potential was greater than Ivan Provorov's offensive potential. That's not me saying that he's going to be a better player, but I thought he had more offensive upside where, we could put Phil Myers on the power play. He's got that bomb shot. I can move the puck. Good skater. But, as we were talking last night, you mentioned, I think the book was out on him,
Yeah, that's what I think.
So,
what do you think about this Claude Giroux deal? Do you think it's a good fit for him? And then 2, talk about the return we got. Do you think it was enough?
Well, it definitely wasn't enough. So let's start with that first. So it was always going to be that though, right? For at least in my opinion, I was trying to tell people, don't expect the haul that you're expecting for Claude Giroux, right? Because immediately people are going, oh, Alex Newhook, Anton Lundell, which seemed absolutely insane to me that people thought that Anton Lundell was ever a possibility for Claude Giroux, right? Like that, if Bill Zito would have made that deal, he deserved to be fired immediately, right? Like that was insane. So all I tried to do was I tried to clarify the situation a little bit for people, right? Because Giroux, obviously, it was known that he wanted to go to a legitimate Stanley Cup contender, right? So right away, the list is shrunk significantly, right? You're not having all 32 teams bid for Claude Giroux, which that's really when the bidding war starts.
Yeah.
And so once you narrow it down to a handful of teams, and the teams that we kept hearing, right, were Florida, Colorado, the Rangers, the Bruins were mentioned a little bit. We heard teams like Carolina, Minnesota, St. Louis, but those teams, we never really heard anything that could potentially be coming back. Colorado, we ended up hearing guys that could be coming back. Florida, we ended up hearing guys that were coming back. And, so for me, the list was really only about 3 to 5 teams. We heard some rumors that Giroux's wife wanted to stay East Coast. So to me, that canceled out Colorado. I think me and you talked. We've had Colorado out for a couple weeks now, right? Even though
Yep.
there was stuff that kind of kicked up, it seemed to be all kind of for show. And then what the nail in the coffin was when Giroux, I love that he did it, came out and said, I'm not going to New York and I'm not going to Boston.
Right.
Right. And so it's like, okay, well, process of elimination. Who do we have left on the list? Oh, the Florida Panthers. And for me, once we knew that, it was kind of like, well, especially after the Sherratt trade, when they moved the 2023 first, I was like, man, what comes back, we're not going to like, right? Because their hands are tied. Florida traded in my opinion, the one asset the Flyers really wanted and wanted to get back in that first round pick. So it's like, it really doesn't matter what comes back. It's not going to be equal value to what, Giroux can provide for Florida for a cup run.
Yeah.
So, looking at what they got back now in the 2024 first, which let's face it, like it's a joke. The draft is 2 years away. So if they do in fact end up using that pick, it's probably going to be a middle to late round pick. It can't be a top 10 because it's protected for some reason. So it's like, can this player really be an impact player? Maybe in 2 to 3 years. So we're 5 years away from seeing the fruit of the Giroux trade there, right? With that pick. But on a positive side, Owen Tippett. I mean, you and I were at the game last night. What'd you think about Owen Tippett?
I loved what I saw. He had some speed. He had some jump. Our buddy Kevin Durso was saying maybe they didn't get in his head yet with systems and coaching. Like, just go out there and play. And I liked what I saw. I hope we see that more often. He's got a good shot. He's got good wheels, which I didn't realize. I just kind of thought he was like this big power forward. He's got some wheels on him.
Yeah, he looked good.
Yeah,
right. Like if he can consistently play at that level, he'll be a good hockey player, right?
Yeah.
And I was happy with that. I was never, so what I don't like to do, I've never watched Owen Tippett play. And what people do, especially on Twitter, is they pick sides, right? I really need, we really want this guy. We think he can be, this kind of player. Or no, we don't want this guy. Like, look at his defensive metrics. Like, his two-way game stinks and he doesn't score enough to offset it. And I'm like, well, let's see what he looks like with the Flyers. A totally different situation. All the mental stuff, the intangible stuff that doesn't show up on a score sheet or a stat sheet. Let's see if, it's like a brand new start, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. When you're in a situation and you can use it, I don't know, a comparable would be your job. When you're at a job, right, and there's a lot of people ahead of you where you can't get promoted, you know that you're not going to get promoted anytime soon. Where's your motivation?
right.
You don't work the same way. Whereas if there was a carrot hanging, you know what I mean? You'd be going for the carrot. It's the same thing for in sports, for hockey. If you're in the minor league team, and the team's only calling you up when they need you, but that realistically, there's not really a spot for you on the roster with, guys like Verhaeghe, Duclair. Like, what are they going to do with these guys? They're not going to play me over them. These are experienced NHLers contributing to the roster. So not that I'm making excuses for a player to not play well, but, it's the same thing. These people are human. And, if they don't see a path to playing time, what's there to really get excited about? You're going to be excited to go play for the Charlotte Checkers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, no knock to the AHL because it's still professional hockey. But, once you really see a path to opportunity, then I think it gets your juices going a little bit. Like, these are all competitors. They're professional hockey players. They have ego, they have drive, they have that competitiveness. Sometimes you just need the opportunity or a new opportunity. I think we're gonna like Owen Tippett.
I do too. And he's got that ginger hair. I mean,
Yeah,
that's like a Flyers kink or something.
it's so weird, right? Really weird.
My buddy commented, Steve Coates made me a ton of money with that Crosby bet. He's one of my buddies that I was saying is really big into betting.
Oh, there you go.
That's funny.
Steve, I think you owe me $5, dude. So hope you did good on that bet.
Dude's named Steve Coates. He's born the same day as the Flyers Steve Coates.
No way.
Craziest thing in the world.
I wonder if his parents plan that. Maybe they're big Steve Coates fans. Is
Right.
it named after his dad? Does his dad have the same name?
Good question. I'm not sure.
See, that would be interesting. If his dad's name wasn't Steven, then I would really question.
Right. Got a bunch of Steve Coates jerseys hanging up in the house. We got a
Yeah.
comment. Are the Kings doing anything about their defense? I don't hate their defense. They don't have a ton of big names outside of Doughty, but they're better than I thought. They're pretty young.
I love the Kings. I love watching them.
So do I.
Doughty is hurt though, and they're thinking he could be out a little longer term. So that could kind of change things up a bit if they LTIR arm or something here, because they don't have very much cap space. They are, let me see, where are they? Current cap space. They have about $270,000 in cap. So, they could figure something out and potentially make room. It looks like Doughty's making $11 million a season. Dustin Brown is hurt. Victor Arvidsson's hurt. Matt Roy is also hurt. These are all guys making significant money here too. So if they wanted to LTIR somebody to open up cap, I haven't heard anything specifically, but you and I have talked a lot about Ivan Provorov potentially getting moved, if not likely before tomorrow, but maybe over the summer. I could see him in Los Angeles big time. And they have a good.
I got a text around 11:45. Look out for Provy in St. Louis. And then Rush Joy started tweeting about it 10 minutes later.
Wow.
So I'm not sure if something's cooking up there or what.
Oh.
That would be crazy. And we've talked about that. The Blues have wanted Provy for about a year now. And I don't know who they would give up, because they want a top four of Krug, Provy, Parayko, and Falk. Scandella's got a bit of a bigger deal, but maybe he comes back the Flyers' way for money reasons. I really like that Robert Thomas kid.
Yeah, me too. They would have to get NHL roster players that I would want back, unless.
Yeah, me too.
Because I'm looking over St. Louis now. They have all their draft picks in 2023. The only thing they're missing is a 2022 second, and a 2022 seventh as well. I'm not sure what comes back, right? Like, we keep hearing the Flyers need high-end talent. At the same time, didn't Fletcher come out and say that they're looking to build a good core of players under 25, which is kind of weird. So
it was pretty interesting. He didn't say Provy in that. Now that you think about it, it's interesting.
Yeah, and I'm looking over St. Louis's roster. They don't have too many guys that I'd want back under 25, except for Robert Thomas, Jordan Kyrou. But I can't see them moving Kyrou.
Nah.
Thomas is having a very good year as well. He's a winger though. Not that I wouldn't want him.
I think he's a natural center.
Natural center. He's playing on the wing.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 48 points in 52 games.
I saw people on Twitter a while back saying we should get him for G, and I'm like, there's no shot of that.
Nah. Maybe for Provy though.
Yeah. I wouldn't be against that if they have. I don't think I want York in the top four next season.
No, I don't think.
Unless he lights the rest of the season on fire. I'm not sure. Coates said, Dad is Steve Coates, but not that Steve Coates.
Yeah, man, I can't believe this with Provorov. I really thought he was going to be part of this team for
a long time.
Yeah, for a long time. Pretty wild. And he played very well last night. It made me wonder a little bit, and this is kind of speculation. Was there something maybe going on in the locker room with Provy and Claude Giroux, or you think it was just coincidence?
So when we were at the game for G's 1000th game, I actually noticed them two hugged quite a bit and shaking hands, and they're patting each other on the back many, many times. It was eye catching. And then I got home and my dad even mentioned it. He was I'm not going to say what he said, but it was noticeable. And I'm like, was that all like for the cameras? Like, kind of like what you're saying. I noticed. I don't know. Maybe you're onto something there.
Yeah, I don't know, because I was paying attention to him during warm-ups yesterday, and he was doing things that he didn't usually do, right? Like I remember seeing he was doing weird things, and I'm like, did this guy wake up in a good mood or what? Like, what's different? Like,
Huh.
yeah, I don't know. It's I'm gonna keep an eye on it. And now we're hearing that he might get traded. I mean, what are we at now? It's 1:00, a little bit after 1.
Yeah.
Can you see a deal getting done for Provorov in the next 2 hours?
I would have said no if I didn't receive that text earlier. And then the the goalie guys start talking about it.
Yeah.
There's definitely talks, right? I mean,
Yeah. I mean, it could be the same thing as last season. So remember all the Ryan Ellis talk, like what they were talking about Ryan Ellis during the trade deadline last year, if I remember correctly. And what ended up happening was they put some groundwork together. They said, okay, let's revisit this in the off season and see if we still want to get something done. July comes around, boom, Ryan Ellis. We haven't seen him since October, so you'd never know that it actually happened. But maybe something like that happens for Provorov, and in my opinion, that would make maybe more sense because I mean, you're kind of selling Provorov low right now. Like you're not,
yeah.
you know what I mean? He hasn't been playing well. Teams might lowball you a little bit, try to tell you that, oh yeah, he might be like a project type thing, and we got to coach him back up, blah blah blah. Whereas in the summer, everyone kind of maybe forgets about that a little bit. There's no rush to make a deal. You have time to get something done, do something that makes sense. And who knows what's going to happen between now and then. Like I don't see the downside in hanging on to Provorov.
Completely agree.
If you don't trade him, you still have Ivan Provorov, who's very good, top pair defenseman, in my opinion.
Yeah, like he hasn't played well this season. He didn't play well last season, but that being said, there's no doubt in my mind if he plays with Ryan Ellis next season and they're both healthy, I have all the confidence in the world Ivan Provorov is going to be a top pair defenseman next season.
So do I. I agree.
I wouldn't, unless you get something that's like really worth it and they're not lowballing you, then maybe I'd have to see what it is. But I would much rather hold on to Provi than trade him.
Yeah, so would I. And I wanted to see Provorov and Ryan Ellis all year too. I've stuck up for Provorov this year. I mean, his partner's been Justin Braun for the last 2 years, and I love Justin Braun. Does everything that you need him to do, and he, does it to the best of his ability. Mike Yo had all positive things to say about him at yesterday's press conference, but the fact still remains: Justin Braun is supposed to be a third pair defenseman, right? And so if you're Ivan Provorov, and I keep saying this, and maybe it sounds like excuses or, oh, Jim, you're feeling bad for the guy. If you're a top line defenseman, you're going against other teams' top lines. Number 1 line, number 2 line. You're not playing the third and fourth line guys. You're out there to stop the other team's best players, right? That's number 1. And so you need another partner that can actually help you. Also, Ivan Provorov likes to jump up in the play. He likes to put up some offensive numbers too, right? That's the fun part of the game. The defending, don't get me wrong, like I'm sure guys love it, but when you're defending constantly and constantly defending, it's not that fun. When
No.
when you're playing all these tough minutes and you're always in the defensive zone and not that he had to carry Justin Braun, because I don't think that he did, but you have to cater to your defense partner a little bit. Right? You know that Justin Braun is not Ryan Ellis, so I got to make sure I'm there to help. Instead of Ryan Ellis has this, I can cheat a little bit and get going offensively or whatever, vice versa. You know what I mean? So we haven't really seen Provorov be able to have fun, as weird as that sounds. And that takes a toll when you're doing something that you love and all of a sudden it's not fun for an extended period of time. That's going to take a toll mentally. And so with Provorov, there would be plays early in the season. I'm thinking maybe a month or two back, where he would make an outlet pass or something, and He would see somebody standing in the way from point A to point B, and there'd be a defenseman in the middle. He would see it, look back down at the puck, and it almost looked like he thought about it. Like, well, if I do this, it's just going to come back anyway. And he would make the pass and turn it over. And it's like, is he checked out mentally here? Like is he not 100% in, focused in this season? Because you could see it clear as day that this guy is not 100% mentally engaged in what's happening, right? And it's going to translate to mistakes on the ice. Maybe fans start to turn on you a little bit. Maybe your name starts coming up in trade talks, or maybe somebody's going to release some BS that you're spending too much time on social media to make you look like a bad guy. All these kind of things start going on. And it's like, all I think he needs is to start having fun playing hockey again. Get him a significant defense partner. They got it in Ryan Ellis. In my opinion, we should see that before you make any crazy moves.
Yeah, I completely agree. And even going back to like playing with Braun, like, no, I agree he hasn't carried Braun, but like Justin Braun's not a very fast skater, and he gets beat off the rush from time to time. Like Provy knows that in the back of his head. He's got to make sure that doesn't happen, and he can't take as many risks as he'd like if he had Ryan Ellis or prime Shane Gostisbehere or 2020 Matt Niskanen.
Exactly right. And that's what makes it fun. Doing the dangerous things and having them pay off, or jumping up in the rush, or scoring points, scoring goals. That's fun. That's the fun part of hockey. Like I said, when you're defending and doing all the mundane stuff that they know they have to do, but like you want to be rewarded once in a while for playing hard. I mean, you also think back where this guy had an Ironman streak, didn't he?
And before the COVID a couple months ago.
So that's like a little bit discouraging too. Like that's BS. If you're a player and you take pride in not missing games, this guy played with one shoulder a couple years back, didn't he? And
against the Penguins in the playoffs.
And not to minimize COVID or anything, because it was a real thing, and people got sick and died from it. But these players are the best athletes in the world, and to have him miss a game because he tested positive. I think he said he had little to no symptoms. Now all of a sudden his Ironman streak's gone. It's discouraging a little bit, and you could tell he was pissed. And it's all these negative things take a toll. I mean, they've been living in the same world that we've been living in, so like they had to go through all the COVID stuff too. It takes a toll. So I guess what I'm saying is I would prefer, hey, take the off season. Let's come back fresh. We're hoping next season should be as close to normal as possible as far as everything going on in the league and the world and whatnot. Ryan Ellis is your, once again, shiny new defense partner. We made upgrades to the team. We brought in a coach that knows what he's doing. Let's give this another shot, Yeah,
I completely agree. I did find it interesting after we wrapped up post-game interviews with Mike Yeo yesterday, and then he says, hold on, I'd like to point out how good of a game Provy had. He did that unprovoked. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
That's the first time I've seen that.
Made you question why a little bit?
Yeah.
So let's talk about that. So what would be the reasons for saying that? All right, so if they weren't thinking about trading Ivan Provorov, what would be the reasons for going out of his way to compliment Ivan Provorov? To juice him up, to pump his tires a little bit, to motivate him again?
Yeah, a little confidence booster from the coach.
Yeah, do you think that's a real thing? Like, if you're a player, would that matter to you that a coach went out of your way to compliment you in the press?
I would think so, and we heard that rumor he's big into social media. I'm pretty sure that is true. So, you know what? You got all the media members now saying, oh, Ivan Provorov had a great game. And then you go on social media, all the fans are saying, man, Provy's best game he's played in months. Like, I think there is something to that.
Yeah, I kind of hope so. Because if I'm a player, it would mean something to me. Whether it's, Mike Yeo or Barry Trotz, it would mean something to me. My coach noticed that I had a good game and made a point to tell the press, hey, make sure you're talking about Provy because he looked good today.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, let's say the Flyers are trying to move him. Let's say they are engaged in trade talks. What would be the point of Mike Yeo doing what he did?
Well, I guess you got that clip in that interview out there that he played well, right? And other teams see that.
Yeah. Maybe like, hey, like we believe in Provorov, even though we're looking to, potentially trade him, we're not just giving some, Joe Schmo away. We're talking about Ivan Provorov here. He's he can play up to his potential. Just everything that we've been talking about with him. Maybe it took its toll, and he's revitalized in a new spot. Like, this is who Ivan Provorov is, not the guy you've seen for the last couple months.
Right.
So that was interesting.
So Ian asks, do you see Johnny Hockey fitting under the cap? So just rough numbers, we just freed up Claude Giroux's $8 million, but Coots is getting a $4 million raise and Joel Farabee's getting a $4 million raise. So that pretty much negates itself. You'd have to get rid of JVR, right? JVR $7 million.
I hope so. I really do.
Yeah. Which I think is possible with the whole Arizona Coyotes situation, and they're going to be playing in a college arena next season. I can't imagine any free agent would want to sign there. So you would think that the Coyotes are going to want to trade for contracts in the offseason with some guys with a year or two left. So I think maybe we see what happened with Shane Gostisbehere, and it's like, hey, we'll throw you James Van Riemsdyk in a second round pick for nothing.
Yeah. What if they use the third that they got for Bronner and just were like, we never had this to begin with. Let's just flip it and get James out of here, clear some cap.
I think that's possible. I actually think it's likely.
Yeah.
I can't see a way James Van Riemsdyk being on the team next year.
I hope not. And I don't want them to buy him out either.
No, I would not buy him out. I'd rather stuff him in the Phantoms than buy him out.
Yeah, me too. They got to figure something out. I mean, so we look at it and we're like, there's no way they can move him, but there's a lot of ways that they can get that salary off the books.
It's not nearly as bad as those Sharks contracts we were saying earlier.
No. Yeah, they're stuck with them for a good long while there in San Jose. Whereas James Van Riemsdyk, 1 year left. Maybe it's more of a move that happens in the summer after the Flyers kind of shape their roster up a little bit, where they can be like, okay, we'll retain half of his salary for the rest of the season, where the cap hits 3.5, but obviously they're going to be paying the majority of his contract. I think I heard how the contracts work is, so the salary goes day by day, something like that.
Yeah.
And it decreases as the season goes on or something like that. So if the Flyers were to trade him in the offseason and retain half of his cap, they're really, because the trade deadline's basically 3/4 of the way through the regular season. I think that's how that works.
Yeah. Yep.
So if they were to do that, they would be retaining most of his salary, and the team that he gets traded to is basically paying him nothing. Right? Does that make sense?
Yep.
And
it's all daily cap. Like,
yeah, that's it.
Say you only have $1 million in cap space. That doesn't mean you can't acquire anybody whose cap hit is over $1 million. It's all about what their daily cap is and the prorated percentage. It's hard to understand, and I don't really understand all of it either, but it's pretty much all daily and prorated and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So that's why you see guys who you're like, oh, they could trade him over the offseason. The teams end up waiting to trade him at the trade deadline because and I have to go back and double check this, but I think other teams know that they don't want to be paying the majority of what's remaining on his contract. They can just get him at the deadline and pay him less. Something like that.
Yeah.
So Van Riemsdyk would be a player that I think Arizona should be interested in. Not just to get picks, assets with Van Riemsdyk, but he's a guy you flip at the trade deadline next year.
Yep.
He would make a lot of sense, I think, for Arizona. He helps them get to the floor. They could even take on all of his cap.
Right.
So that
would probably help them get a return. But no, I agree. Like, if a team needs like a bottom 6 power play specialist next season at next year's deadline, I could see, you've retained 50% of Reamer's contract, and could definitely see that.
Yeah, for sure. That would be huge. I mean, hey, great guy, but it's time to maybe move on from JVR, please, God.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, like you were saying, talking about being checked out, I mean, that's very visibly JVR.
Yeah. Yeah, he's like Voracek from last year. He just shows up in spurts. It's like, oh, JVR's got his legs for 2 shifts, and then you don't
Right.
see him again.
I saw Jakey scored his 5th goal of the season the other night.
Oh, get out. I think he had like 2 goals like a month ago, so he's getting hot.
Right.
Wow.
I
I'm
guess
looking at a picture of Claude Giroux and at his Florida press
I
conference.
know, I just saw that. That's nuts, isn't it?
It's weird looking, yeah. Looks nice down there. Good weather.
Oh, I know. Him and the fam. I wonder if he took the family down there. Probably, right?
Yeah, I would have. It's like vacation. Hey, I'm gonna go win Stanley Cup, and you guys can just hang out on the beach for a couple months.
Yep.
Sweet deal.
Living the dream.
I mean, he got a raise. He gets a raise getting traded to Florida too, because there's no tax on the income.
Yep.
Shit, man, I would go down there too. I would have done the same thing. And if you want to talk about this for a second, how everyone was there were some people who were mad at him for, and now you're hearing disputing stories or opinions there. But I would have came out and flat out said, trade me to Florida. I'm not going to Minnesota where it's cold. I'm not going to Colorado where it's, there's stuff, but I'm not into mountains and whatnot over there, skiing and all that. Trade me to a beach where I'm going to get a raise going there, and I get to lift the Stanley Cup. I'm like, come on, that's where I want to be.
No, that makes perfect sense. I don't blame him one bit. This franchise hasn't helped him out one bit, and I don't want to say I blame Claude Giroux, because I don't, but he is kind of the reason they didn't get a very good return on that trade.
No, that's
when like Bill Meltzer said it the other day. It was the worst kept secret in the league. Everyone's known for weeks. He's decided it's Florida, and it's only Florida. Yeah. You're not going to get much back.
Yeah. And that was, I was saying that for months. And then when he narrowed it down to one team, it was kind of like, man, there's going to be some people really, really mad at Chuck Fletcher for this. And yep. So here's the thing a lot of people forget about too. And we mentioned it with the Provorov thing. Like the team will leak stuff to get the fans kind of ready to not turn on the player, but they don't want the negative press either.
Yeah.
Like you're trading a fan favorite in Claude Giroux. A lot of people already aren't happy with the Flyers. So when you get that return, maybe you leak out that, hey, Claude picked one team that really kind of handcuffed us here. Like our hands were tied. We had to make a deal with Florida. We were trying to do best by our captain. And we were lucky to sneak out, one of their better prospects and a first-round pick, albeit in 2 years, I think they were lucky that they even got a first, to tell you the truth.
I am too. Like I'm not. I shouldn't say I'm happy with it, with the return, because I'm not. But it's what I thought we were going to get. Like when people say Chuck Fletcher got fleeced, I don't buy that one bit. To get a first, albeit 3 drafts from now, I don't think it was a big issue.
Yeah. We'll see. We have something to look forward to, I guess, in 2024, right?
Right.
Because then what it's going to be is, the Flyers got Owen Tippett, this schlub, and a 3rd-round pick for Claude Giroux. And, we'll have to wait to see how this guy pans out in 3 years now.
I wonder if they trade the pick, but at the same time, like, probably doesn't have that much value at this point, because, like, I've been kind of making the joke, Chuck's not even going to be here when we make that pick. He'll be fired by then.
I hope so.
Like, you would think maybe other GMs feel the same way about that pick coming to them. It might not even be here at that point. That's 3 drafts. Like, GMs have short shelf lives.
Yep.
So we got an hour and a half to go here. What do you think? We see anything on the Travis Konechny front?
Oof. So I'm scanning a trade list here, and I've yet to come across his name. But I still think that he's more of an offseason. Oh, here we go. So teams reportedly linked Los Angeles, Toronto, and you're not going to believe this one.
New Jersey.
New Jersey. Wow. So kind of a dark horse there. I don't know what. I don't want them trading with New Jersey because
No, I would hate that.
I don't know what they get back. Jack Hughes is legit. He's going to be a legitimate superstar. I don't want to help him be better.
No.
Go find a player somewhere else. Like, I'm not a big fan of trading with rivals. No trades with I hate the Justin Braun trade. Like, I wanted to root for him in the playoffs. I like Justin Braun. Now I hope the Rangers go out first round.
Right.
You know? I can see something with Los Angeles. And you know what else is interesting with Los Angeles and Toronto? I mean, the one team, you and I have spoken about a player that could potentially go there, right? With the Flyers. So I'm wondering if there's some kind of huge package that goes to Toronto. I think we talked about maybe a Mitch Marner yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's an off-season move if Toronto, especially if they get knocked out first round again, something like that. Maybe they shake things up and we see I don't know, maybe a Konechny and a Provorov go to Toronto and a Marner, something else comes back. You like Muzzin, something like that. Interesting that Los Angeles.
I've heard Toronto linked with Provy and TK. I find that interesting, and that won't be anything that happens today. No. That would be if they get bounced first round and they're like, all right, we got to do something here. Yeah, and I would think Mitch Marner would be the guy just because a lot of teams don't like paying wingers $10 million. That's not like the way to build a franchise, right? So I would imagine he's the guy. But yeah, like I've heard Toronto linked to both of them guys. The Kings, I think, really want Garland from Vancouver. And maybe if they can't get him, they go to TK because they both kind of are similar players.
Yeah. And that's who, like, we're hearing Garland potentially to New Jersey. We're hearing Garland potentially to Boston. So guys like this are being talked about on the market. I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting. If you would have told me a couple years ago that Konechny and Provorov could potentially be being moved at the deadline or, this summer, I'd have been like, yeah, the things went really, really bad then. And they did.
Right.
Yeah.
Our buddy Chris Maher is going to hop in here in a couple minutes.
Okay. I actually gotta get ready to hop on their show, I think, in a few minutes.
Oh, no shit.
So maybe we could tag in, tag off.
Right. I think he just texted me he's got class at 2.
Is he hopping in now?
Yeah, he just said I just sent him the link.
All right, I'll wait for him. I'll say hi, and then I'll go hang out with Amadeo for a little bit.
Cool. He's a good guy, huh?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I saw him in the box yesterday.
Yeah, he's a good dude. Yeah, yesterday was fun.
I know, it's like I don't like watching them win. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I do like watching them win.
I was going to say, what?
I do like watching them win, but like at the end of the day, I want them to lose for this draft pick.
Yeah.
I get that. Actually in the chat. I didn't even realize that.
Oh, there he is.
What's up, brother?
TTP Sports. Amadeo, I'm coming. You ready for me?
I haven't has Braun been like the last trade that happened?
Yeah, pretty sure.
It went really cold for a second.
A lot of weird goalie trades there. Fleury got traded to Minnesota. Screws me a little bit because I had Cam Talbot as my only starting goalie in Dynasty hockey.
Oh,
dude, it's just a shit show. It's what's happening to me right now. And then Kakkonen ends up getting traded to San Jose. So that's interesting. So I don't know. It's an upgrade in name for Minnesota, right? You upgrade for Fleury over Kakkonen. Kakkonen has been playing very well in Minnesota. I was a little bit surprised they made that deal. I could just go back and.
I was too. Chris was in here earlier when I went live pretty much right when Fleury got traded, and we're like, well, would Cam Talbot make sense in Washington? because I think the Capitals need a goalie bad. But then they ended up shipping Kakkonen, so pretty much keeping Cam Talbot, you would think, as the backup.
What's up, boys?
Chris. What's up,
Hey,
Chris?
what's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, Jim? Travis, how are you?
Can't complain. It's Monday, but it's been a fun Monday at least.
Yeah. It's been a wild day so far. It's been kind of quiet, honestly. There hasn't been much floating around besides Flurry, which was the big thing in the morning. But besides that,
What do you guys think about Philip Forsberg?
Jim, you want to go first? You want
I
me to
like
go?
him. I want him. You see that
I
goal
want
he
him
scored
too.
Thursday night?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, big
Yeah.
body, plays in the dirty areas, can snipe. A guy the Flyers need. How realistic is he? I don't know. The one thing I do hope though is I hope he hits the market. Otherwise, and we talked about this yesterday, Travis. If Johnny Gaudreau is the only, high end offensive talent that
He's
hits
gonna get
free
10 mil.
agency, easily 10 mil. So they need Forsberg to hit free agency too, right? This way, there's kind of two guys that they can pick from. Because if you have the choice of paying Gaudreau 10 million and maybe Forsberg, I don't know, 7.5, 8, then maybe I think you lean Forsberg. You know what I mean? As much as I would rather have Johnny Gaudreau. So at the very least, Forsberg's got to hit free agency, in my opinion. But I would take him in a heartbeat. What do you think, Chris?
Me too, 100%. I mean, if to me, it all goes back to what Chuck was saying. If you want high-end talent, they need high-end talent. And if you're going to do something next year and you actually think you can build a roster to actually compete next season for a Stanley Cup, if that's the way they want to do this, then that's 100% what I think they got to do. I mean, you really can't. Because personally, I don't think any of the moves they've made have done anything to help them. I think they've actually lost both trades. So at this point, I feel like they've actually taken steps back when they're trying to make everything better going into next year. But we'll see what happens. I mean, I obviously we don't know if they're done today or what. There's still some time left. But honestly, I think if anything, they have to really take a swing at some of these guys in free agency if they can't do anything in the trade market. If I'm being honest, I wouldn't be surprised if certain guys I honestly would rather have JVR get moved today. Like, I don't know if they'll do that because I'm not really opposed to buying him out because they need cap and you're gonna have to pay more to buy him out than you are if you trade him for 50% retained. I think.
You know what the buyout number is?
I think
I know he'd be on the cap for next season and the year after. I feel like it would be better if they stuffed him in the Phantoms.
Yeah, I honestly think I think it's 4.3 and then 1.8 next year, and if not, then it would just be 3.5 if they were to trade him.
He'd probably only count for what, $900K if you shoved him in the minors. I think that's more beneficial money wise, right?
Can they do that though? Yeah.
He doesn't have a no move or anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I just don't know.
I mean, unless someone claimed him on waivers.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's kind of the same thing with McDonald.
I didn't agree with that buyout. There's Amadeo with the numbers for us.
Oh,
yeah,
speaking of Amadeo,
I'd much rather stuff him in the minors and just pay $900K for 1 year. And that could rub guys wrong in the locker room if they like JVR. It's like, we got this classy veteran.
Yeah.
How could you do
Could you
like
imagine
that?
if they did that though? Like how much of the bad reputation we get? We put JVR in the minors. Like it'd be kind of weird, but I mean, it's not. It's probably the least most unlikely option out of all of it. But we'll see.
Trav, I'm gonna drop off, brother. I'm gonna hop on with Amadeo over there.
Cool, bro. Thank you for joining us.
Anytime, dude. Thanks for having me. We'll have to. We'll talk again soon. We'll have to get you on our show soon.
Sounds good. Thanks, bro.
Chris, good seeing you, brother. Talk to you soon, dude.
See you, Jim. Yep. See you,
guys.
My buddy Jake from Flyers Nation, he's going to hop in with us soon here as well.
Cool. Sounds good. Yeah, I got a little bit more time.
Are you on campus right now?
Yeah, I'm sitting in class right now. Yeah, empty room though.
Nice.
Yeah.
So What do you think we see anything else with the Flyers today?
If anything, I think Jones for a pick,
Yeah.
but that's about it. I don't see much. I really don't like the Braun trade. You know, it's a guy who, you know, if you look at him, he could be a third pair. I know he'll most likely be playing third pair with the Rangers.
Right.
But you know, he's a guy that came here in the last 2 seasons. Basically, it was a first pair defenseman, and you only got a third round pick out of him. Like to me, it's just like I feel like if that was probably the best offer, and if it was to a division rival, then if they could only gotten a third, then maybe that's what it was. But to me, I would have liked to have seen at least a second or a third that turns into a second with the condition on it or something, you know, something like that.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Um,
I didn't think about a conditional.
yeah, you know, I would have
At
liked to seen
least
the
it's in
condition
this
on
deep draft, the 03 draft.
it. Well, the thing is now they have 3 third-round picks that year in 2023. So I'm
Okay.
curious to see what happens there. You know, it's kind of like, you know, I look at it like they don't have a second-round pick for the next 2 years. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe flip a guy now to try to get a second for this year. If it's a Broussard, if it's a again, like I said, maybe if JVR goes today, but I don't really see that happening. So
Right.
we'll see what happens. But if I'm being honest, I most likely I feel like they're done. If there's anything that else that happens, it's something that happens right at the deadline. It's probably a small move. I'm curious to see if they maybe move any of the expiring guys with the Phantoms for any picks or something like that. But I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was kind of the reasoning for Bunneman and Rubtsov. What a
Yeah,
bad pick he was, huh?
it's such a shame because I honestly feel like Rubtsov to me is more valuable than Bunneman. Like I personally thought Bunneman was just useless for
El-
us because there was no value really in him. It was
Okay.
like he was just kind of like fourth line depth, and that was it. Like there was no other spot for him in the lineup, and that's honestly going back to 2019-20. I mean, he played fourth line center and fourth line wing for a little bit.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, if I'm looking at
My
it
thing with
now,
that is like at least Bunneman could play in the NHL. Like Rubtsov's getting healthy scratched in the AHL every other night.
yeah. No, that's true, and that's the thing. And what I was going to say was, you know, Rubtsov, I feel like he's one of them guys always had it defensively, but offensively, ever since he got hurt, he could never put it back together.
Yeah.
And he, you know, I feel like he could maybe he's a guy that changes scenery, does something for him.
All right.
We'll see. Maybe kind of like similar to Tippett here, but I don't know. You know, I just feel like those guys were kind of throw-ins, and you know, the whole thing with the Drew trade. Like, look, I completely understand that that Chuck was pretty much had his back against the wall. Couldn't really do much else with anything else, because G wanted to go to Florida, and that's his right. I'm not mad at G at all.
Right.
There's no need to be mad at him, for what the franchise basically did nothing for him for however many years you want to look at it. You know, it's his right to go where he wants. But on the other hand of it, it's like if you knew it was Florida, excuse me, if you knew it was Florida all along, and you knew that it was the Panthers, and you wanted to go to the Panthers, how could you have bargained anything else to at least get another player in here, to at least get something else? Like, I personally feel like the Flyers, like, I mean, if you look at it, we gave up essentially three roster players, and that's 3 contracts, only got 1 back, and they got a first for the year after that has a condition on it. So, you know, it's top 10 protected anyway. So it's things like that. You know, it's frustrating because I feel like there could have been much more the Flyers could have got out of it, but it is what it is.
I got the NHL network on the TV next to me, and they're showing Giroux's introductory press conference. It looks weird as hell.
It looks so weird seeing him in Florida gear, that baseball cap.
Crazy, right? All right, now
Yeah.
we're welcoming in my buddy Jake. He writes for Flyers Nation. What's up, Jake?
Hey, Travis, what's going on? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Have you been keeping up? I know you're at work. Have you been keeping up with anything going on around the league so far?
For sure. I actually just finished up writing a news piece for the Justin Braun trade, and obviously with deadline day, it's pretty crazy. I think the biggest move has probably been the Marc-Andre Fleury trade to Minnesota. I think that's what's kind of everyone's mind. But been trying to keep up with it as best I can. Marcus Johansson to Washington was another big move I didn't really see coming, but I think it's an interesting move for the Capitals. But hopefully it's a little more exciting as we wound down here. I mean, there's only about an hour and a half left, so.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I am kind of expecting all hell to break loose come 3:00 when all the phone lines start getting jammed up.
It's probably going to be a lot of smaller deals.
I hope not. Remember Vrana for Mantha got broke like late in the day last year, and no one saw that coming. That was fun.
Wasn't that around like 4:00? Like,
Yeah, it
wasn't
got
that
broke late.
like a while?
Yeah, like one of like those that go under the wire.
Mm-hmm.
So, Jake, what do you think about Claude Giroux going to Florida? Do you think the Flyers got enough in return?
It's tough. It's tough to say because obviously they were limited because he had a no movement clause. So you got to decide where you wanted to go. So your options are already limited to begin with. So there's not really as much of a bidding war there. Personally, I don't think they got enough back. I think Owen Tippett's a decent enough prospect. I thought he looked good on Sunday. The picks aren't really all that attractive, though.
Right.
The 2024 first is so far out, you don't really know where it's going to fall, what to expect from it. You don't think the Panthers are really going to be that bad where, it's a bottom 10 pick and it falls to 2025. The third round pick is okay, I guess. The Flyers now have 3 in the third round next year if you include their own, and now New York's with the Braun trade. From an asset standpoint, I don't think they got enough back, but I also think their hands were tied given the situation that they only had a handful of teams to work with based on where Giroux wanted to go. On the other side of things, it sucks to see your captain go after so long. Being on that building Thursday, it really felt like goodbye, and it was. And it sucks because it feels like not that he failed the Flyers. He did everything he could. He's one of the greatest players who will ever play in Philadelphia. Just they never were able to put together a contending team around him the entire time. So it's definitely a bittersweet ending to a great career here. And I think for the Panthers, I think they're only getting stronger. Adding a player like Giroux to that forward core down there.
Yeah, good point you made there, and it really did feel like it was goodbye. I want to ask you both. We'll start with Chris. Do you think there's any chance G comes back?
No,
I don't either.
I look at it now and I thought that, but now it's like with the way that Thursday went down and the way that you see like the legit raw emotion, like that was, again, Jake, like kind of what you said, like that was the best and worst Flyers game I've probably been at in my life because I was so emotional from it. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, I cried like honestly, like my dog just died watching that that video in the beginning. Like that was just because again, like for people like me, being 18 years old, like that's Giroux is the Flyers. Voracek is the Flyers. Like these are guys like that I grew up watching, and they're now both of them are gone. Like that Friday game was the first game. The Friday game against Ottawa was the first game I ever watched in my life that didn't have Giroux or Voracek playing in it. You know what I mean? Like,
wow,
and obviously regardless of injury or anything like that, but still, it's like it's weird to see because that honestly was probably one of the best Flyers games in I'd probably say the past 2 years.
It was fun. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was, but it was so sad at the same time because you knew once that final buzzer went, that was it, and it just didn't. It just did not seem like a guy who had a feeling he was coming back. Like he knew that was it, and I don't see him coming back. I'd say chances are maybe 30-40%, but I don't even see it creeping that, honestly. Unless something happens throughout the offseason. Obviously, anything can change in any given moment. And he's a guy that obviously lived here for a long time, and all that stuff with his family at the same time as well. But we'll see. But I personally don't see it happen. I feel like the Flyers kind of have to move on, and it's not even G. It's just you've done this for so long. It's like how long are you gonna, how many kicks at the can are you gonna have with someone, Because at that point, it's like if he wins one, then what, Because do they really have a chance to even sign him again next year? or does he want to go somewhere else? Like he might not even want to come back here. So
Yeah, I agree. Good point made by Ashley here that in MLB you get compensated if you lose guys in free agency. There's not that doesn't exist in hockey. I think it exists in football too, with compensation picks.
Yeah.
It is interesting. What do you think, Jake? Is there any chance he comes back?
If Florida wins the cup, I could maybe see it because he's won his trophy and he can come back home and he can just retire and knowing that he's already won a championship. If even then, I think it's a little bit of a long shot. But I mean, if Florida doesn't win, then I don't think there's any chance he comes back because he's going to be chasing a cup the rest of his career. The Flyers are not in a position where they're going to be contending in the near future. I know Chuck Fletcher and company keep hashing on, they're going to be aggressive in retooling the roster and they're going to try and contend immediately. They're a team that has no real plan on what they're doing. And I just don't see why Claude Giroux would come back to this. He's given everything for the franchise, and they did nothing to help him succeed. And he's finally getting that shot to succeed in Florida this year behind probably, in my opinion, the best team in the league already before he got there. And if he wins, great. If not, there's someone else who will shell out the money and, say, hey, we're in a spot where we can win, and we think you're going to be a big part of this team. Philadelphia is not a place where he's going to win anytime soon. They're at least 4 or 5 years away from really contending, at a serious level for a championship. So I just,
in 2 years
barring
ago,
a miracle, I know we kind of talk
away.
about anything can happen. Barring a miracle, I do not see him coming back.
No, I agree with you both there. I can't see it. And kind of like what Chris said, I love G, one of my favorite players of all time. I just think it's kind of time to move on and just try something new for both sides.
Yeah, I agree.
The Soda Man says the Sens game felt so empty. I'd say most games since November have felt pretty empty besides that 1,000th game against Nashville.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think about the whole Rasmus Ristolainen situation? Chris, we'll start with you. Do you think they should have traded him, or do you like the contract?
I like Risto. I like certain things. Not really all of it. I think he's one of them guys that could kind of grow as the team develops at the same time. And he's still young enough to where he could get games in and at least be able to try to build with Sanheim, because I think that's one of the reasons why they re-signed him. But if I'm being honest, I think it's okay. Like I like Risto as a player. I just don't know if the money was worth it. I mean, I'm glad they got it a little bit less than what his deal was now, but it is what it is.
How about you, Jake?
I'm kind of in that same wavelength. The money isn't a huge issue for me. It's a little less than what he was making before on his previous contract when he signed it in Buffalo. 5 years for a guy who really hasn't shown a ton of improvement over his career is a little bit scary to me, considering he's starting to reach the prime of his career. I think they really like the idea of that Sanheim-Ristolainen pairing, which, to be fair, it has been effective at times this year, probably more than any other pairing we've seen outside of maybe the 3 games of Allison Provorov. I personally would have traded him just because I don't think he's that effective. I think he's a liability in his own end. He is physical, which you need on a team, but you need guys who can also play and not just be out there to hit. That's a guy who I probably would have explored what you could get for him at a deadline like this, where defensemen are so high in demand, especially a big right-handed shot like him, where he's, like I said, kind of in his prime. He's in his late 20s. He's definitely a guy who, he said he wanted to play playoff hockey, but he stuck around here. So I don't know. I think it kind of goes back to I don't think they really have a plan.
No, that's a good point. I do agree with you. Like I wouldn't have brought him back. I would have probably traded him. To me, it kind of feels like Chuck was doubling down on a bad move and really trying his best to it's not that bad. He can be effective for us. And like you said, I don't think he's effective. Yes, he's physical. They need that.
Yeah.
He's really just if he was left-handed, he wouldn't be making more than $2 million.
Exactly, and that's part of it. The right-handed defensemen come at a premium in this league, and we've seen it all over the place. Justin Braun just went for a 3rd-round pick. If Justin Braun was left-handed, he wouldn't have went for anything higher than a 6th, probably. But The trade at the time last summer wasn't a good trade. It hasn't proved to be good at all for the Flyers, and I agree. They're just doubling down on a bad move just to try and save face.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Do you think any big name guys could get traded today, whether that's Provorov or TK or Sanheim or anyone else?
I don't anticipate it unless maybe the Flyers get an offer they can't refuse. I know Konechny's name has always been been floating around since maybe even last year when they kind of told him, hey, we could have traded you if we wanted to, but we believe you're going to bounce back, so we're going to keep you around. I'm sure in the summer they'll explore options with all of those guys, mainly Konechny and Provorov, because I think Provorov can get you probably the biggest package out of all three. Travis Sanheim, to me, has been their best defenseman this year. He doesn't cost a lot. I think he makes just a little bit over $4.5 million. To me, he's been a guy who's excelled in all situations. I wish they would give him power play time because I think he's really effective with the puck. He's a smooth skater. He's smart on both ends of the ice. Maybe he's not always in the greatest position defensively on this team, but who is?
Right.
I could see him exploring deals in the summer, but today I think it just kind of comes down to the UFAs. Obviously, Giroux and Braun are gone. Martin Jones might be on the move. I'm sure Derek Brassard or Keith Yandel might generate a little interest, especially Brassard. Teams looking for center depth in the playoffs. He's on a cheap contract. He's a guy who's been around the league forever. He's been in the Stanley Cup final before. But past that, I don't really see them making a whole lot of noise.
No, I agree. I'm kind of surprised we haven't heard more Brassard's name. Maybe that's like a last second thing where a team couldn't get like a better centerman, so they just kind of settled for Brassard. I mean, I know he's been injured all year, but like you said, he's a veteran with a ton of playoff experience. Like, why not just trade like a fifth, sixth, whatever for him, you know? Ashley asks, what do you see the Leafs' chances getting out of the first round? Well, yeah, they're going to have a tough matchup. Carolina's starting to go cold goal scoring wise. I'm wondering maybe that would be beneficial for them. I do really like watching the Leafs. They're fun. I like watching Austin Matthews and Marner, and I'm a big fan of Wayne Simmons. I always root for them. I think all of us in Flyers Nation land kind of became Panthers fans over the last week, but I will be rooting for the Leafs. How about you?
I always hold a soft spot for the Leafs because of Wayne Simmons, and I agree. I mean, they're a fun team to watch. Matthews is having an MVP season. Mitch Marner's exciting. William Nylander's having a great year. John Tavares. Even on the back end, Morgan Riley, I don't think gets enough credit in this league for how well he plays on both ends of the ice. I think he's a really solid guy. I think their one downfall is going to be goaltending. Jack Campbell's hurt and he hasn't been playing very well. Peter Mrazek just got waived. They just signed Harry Sateri over from the KHL, former Florida Panther. We'll see how that works out. Then I think Eric Hallgren, is still there, and he's played fine so far, but I don't think he's a goalie that can carry you in the playoffs. I don't think he's going to be Michael Leighton 2.0 for him. I'm probably rooting for Florida just for G. And
Yep.
I said they were in my opinion, they were the best team in the league before they even made that trade. I think they're, I've been saying for a while, I think they're going to win the cup, and I'm sticking with it.
No, I agree. Like I said, I think we all became Panthers fans this last week, and I don't think there's anyone in the league who deserves a cup more than G does.
For sure. And he's got another, old man down there with him. He's got his buddy Joe Thornton. So
it's interesting, like kind of like we used to call the Kings like Flyers West, and now they got G and Bob and Goody and Hag. It's kind of funny.
Say it's Flyer South, I guess.
Yeah, Flyer South. The Soda Man says Jones hasn't gotten any news. I thought he would be gone. I did too, but this whole time I've kind of said like the longer they hold on to him, they're only hurting themselves, just because I think as more goalies become available, teams are like, why would we want Martin Jones when we can get this guy, when we can get that guy? And he kind of falls down the totem pole. I would have accepted that Oilers offer a couple months ago, even if it was just a 5th round pick. Yeah. That's what I would have did. I think you got to go.
I can talk about Jones and then I'll head off. But yeah, okay. I mean, I probably would have taken the offer too. His numbers aren't very good. I don't know why anyone would want to trade an asset for him other than, he's a veteran goalie and maybe he's a better backup option than what some, lower teams might have. I don't know if maybe that's something, maybe the Leafs take a flyer on him, or if Edmonton comes back to him, with what they've been dealing with, if any more injuries pop up between Mike Smith and Mikko Koskinen. Outside of that, I'm not as surprised there's not a lot of chatter about him because he just hasn't been good this year. If someone offers you a 6th or a 7th, take it, and you can probably call it Felix Sandstrom or Kirill Ustimenko and just kind of rotate those guys, see what you have in your prospects. Kind of similar to what they did, a few years ago when they had Anthony Stolarz and Alex Lyon, just giving guys chances when they're up. But yeah, if they can get something for him, then take it.
No, I completely agree. That's why I would have taken the Oilers offer a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Cool. So tell the viewers where we can find your work at.
So you can find me. I'm currently the editor-in-chief at FlyersNation.com. You can find me there. My Twitter is at PhillyCheeseJake, CHEEZ. I have a link tree in my Twitter as well, so you can kind of follow both my authors' pages. Find any articles you like there. Consider following me, and I think that's about it.
Cool, man. Well, thank you for hopping on, and we'll talk soon.
Thanks a lot, Travis. Thanks for having me on.
See you, bro. Good talking to Jake. He's a good dude. He does a lot of good work over at Flyers Nation. So we got about an hour to go here. Seems like it's going very cold as of late. 57 minutes to go. I would imagine that we start seeing I think we're going to see trades happen after 3. Mentioned that a bit earlier for anyone who's been around since the beginning of the stream. Usually the phones get backed up at some point right before deadline hits, and then trades get announced until like 4 o'clock. Seeing Drew in the Panthers hat was very strange. And I'm very curious about the Philip Forsberg thing because it sounds like they're far off on a deal. Sounds like Nick Leddy's going to St. Louis. I think that just broke. And Arturi Lehkonen is going to the Avalanche. David Pagnotta has announced, I shouldn't say has announced, but the Flyers have been working on options for Martin Jones. We'll see if they can get there. It's interesting. It's kind of like what we said. That's a trade that if it does end up happening, we're not going to see until late because either all the other good goalies left or they couldn't get a deal done. I'm curious to see if that ends up happening. What did Lehkonen go for? Do we know? I like him. He's a good third liner. Oh, a top prospect and a pick. Wow, some non-hockey news. Matt Ryan traded to the Colts. It's a decent upgrade over Carson Wentz. Yeah, Letty to St. Louis. I wonder if that kind of slows down whatever Provorov talk we were hearing. I like Letty. Letty can skate. Emily Kaplan saying that the Ducks are shopping Ricky Raquel. That makes sense. If Boston can't get, well, I shouldn't say that. Boston needs a second line center bad, and if they acquire that, I think they're going to be a scary team to face in the playoffs. So I know Ricard plays both center and wing. He might be the best center that they got on the market at the moment. I like him more than Max Domi. Let's see what we got here. I think they will end up keeping Provy, but TK may be moved in the offseason. Yeah, I really do think TK gets traded, but I personally, if I was GM, I wouldn't trade him. I don't think they will get a return for Provy. See, that might be true. But I also feel like the rest of the league kind of realizes, like, all right, if this guy has a good deep partner, he's really good. And we talked about that a bit earlier. Like Derek Pouliot goes to the Kraken. All right, what is this one? The Blues have acquired defenseman Nick Leddy for Sundqvist. Oh, there's more to this trade. Leddy and Wachowski from Detroit for Wallman, Sundqvist, and a 2023 second rounder. Damn, that's a pretty big trade. I do find it interesting that the Avalanche traded Barron and a 2024 second rounder for Lehkonen because both, I shouldn't say both, but Barron was very rumored to come to Philly. So, I mean, any rumors that he was off the table wasn't true. Interesting stuff. Yeah, I still love Provy. I think his compete is super high. He just ends up feeling like he has to do too much. I completely agree. Once he has a stable partner, he will be fine. And that's exactly why I wouldn't trade him unless you get totally wowed with a big offer. Hmm. Johan Larson to Washington. That's an interesting one. Kind of surprised they gave up so much for Lehkonen. He's a good player, but a good third liner. I guess what we saw with that Hagel trade a couple of days ago is that if you're a legit established middle six guy with a decent contract, Cote says with Braun out there, with Braun out there is potential to build some chemistry with a young defenseman paired with Provy to end the year. I completely agree. That's why they've been playing York with Provy. I guess the last 2 games. They held Braun out last game because they knew he was going to get traded. I like York. I hope he takes these this ice time that's been given to him. And damn, man, they retained 50%. Yeah, I hope York takes the what am I trying to think of? The bull with the horns? They're pretty much giving him a serious opportunity and a lot of ice time, and hopefully he makes the most of it. I really hope Jones ends up getting traded some before this is over. I don't see any point to keep him. Besides the simple fact that him and Carter Hart get along with each other, you got 4 goalies in your system with potential. Give one of them a shot. And then going into next season, have a training camp battle. You got 4 young goalies. Say, hey, who wants to play in the NHL and who wants to be his backup? Coatsy, what are we thinking about Matt Ryan of the Colts? It's a decent upgrade over Carson Wentz. And Peter Mrazek cleared waivers. I guess that was pretty much a given. Rumor saying Max Domi could go to Carolina. Could. Possibility. Love it for the Colts. Veteran quarterback right now after Wentz showed the team can go far, just not with him at quarterback. Completely agree. The man is trash. I wasn't expecting Risto back. I really don't mind him, but I thought they would clear house a little more. Yeah, I'm wondering if that's off-season crap. Kind of like we talked about. I'm curious if to me it feels like Fletcher's trying to get rid of some of Hexy's picks, draft picks. I think that's why we're hearing I think that's why I'm hearing Sanheim's name out there. I mean, why would you trade your best defenseman? And we're hearing that with TK and Provy. I don't know. I don't get it. Raquel has been rumored to New York. See, I think I don't know if I like that. I think the Rangers should be targeting a defenseman. I don't know. Yeah, I think they need to go target a defenseman. But we just saw Letty go to the Blues, so I'm not even sure what other defensemen could be out there. At least it seems like trades are starting to pick up. It went cold there for like an hour or so. Arizona gets a 2023 third-round pick for Larson. Oh, all right. Now we are starting to get trades here. San Jose trades Cogliano to Colorado. So, I mean, Jim was on earlier talking about Cogliano. That's a good fourth liner for you. Dude's been around the block a couple times. And I like that Larson pickup. He's a good bottom six guy. He doesn't get a lot of credit out there. I cried when Wendell Clark got traded from the Leafs. Yeah, Chris was on earlier saying he cried when the Giroux thing the other night. Guess that's what happens. Got 40 minutes to go. Cogliano went for a 5th round pick in 2024. I guess that's just pretty much what depth guys go for. Hopefully this Jones deal gets done. Yeah, I completely agree. There's really like no point to keep him around. What's going on, Paul? Glad to see you're back in the cut. Yeah, I don't know. At least it's starting to pick up. Oh. And now joining me from the Philly Sports Network, Miss Stephanie Hicks. What's going on? How's your day going?
It's been great. It's been eventful, that's for sure. I'm very, very, very happy about that Justin Braun trade. So just seeing that just made my day.
What's up with Braun? Did you like him? Did you not like him?
I didn't like Braun, and I have one reason for it, and it's solely because in 2019, 2020, he would consistently, screen Hart, and for some reason I just took that personally. So I just held a grudge against him forever. So that's just, I don't know.
No, I actually kind of agree with that. I've noticed that too. And I think he's picked up his game. Like, I think he's played very well this year, and I thought he was pretty solid last year. But like that first year he was here, like I used to get infuriated when he was in the lineup over Ghost.
Yeah, he's just one of those. He's a solid defenseman. Like, he's a good veteran defenseman. It's just he did a lot of things that a lot of other guys that we have are doing as well. That like screening goalies, letting up turnovers, just stuff like that. So when he got traded, I really wasn't sad. I was really happy.
Right. I got you. So what do you think about the whole Claude Giroux thing? Do you think the Flyers got enough back?
I mean, listen, Chuck was just up against the wall. There was not really anything that he could do. Obviously, I would have liked more. It would have been great if we got more, but that's the only place that G wanted to go. And, if that's the only place he wants to go and nobody else, can even talk to him, and Bill Zito knew that. So, Chuck had to take what he had to take, or, we had to keep him. And,
Right.
Obviously we don't want to keep him here to just, go up in flames. So we just, set him over there.
Yeah, and I agree. Like, as much as I hate defending Chuck Fletcher, like, I feel like I kind of have to here because, like, I can't agree that he got fleeced simply because the whole league knew G only wanted to go to Florida. Like, Bill Meltzer called it the worst kept secret in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm kind of surprised he even was able to get a first round pick out of it.
Yeah. And I have a feeling, like, I don't know. I'm just glad that we at least got that first round pick. Owen Tippett looked really good yesterday in his debut with the Flyers. He is hitting people. He is very fast. He's a lot faster than I thought he was going to be.
Mm-hmm.
He's a decent prospect. I don't know if his ceiling is going to be, a top 3 guy or even a top 6, but I feel like if we can figure him out, we can use him to our advantage.
I agree. I thought he played very well. He is faster than I thought or ever realized.
Yeah. And he was just like zooming through these guys. And like, yeah, the Islanders are slow. They play a different game. So I'm going to hold off a little bit and see how we play against other teams. But yeah, he's just, he was zooming.
Right. And part of that probably is like, oh, it's my first game. I got all this adrenaline in me. And yeah, well, short sample size, but I liked what I saw yesterday.
Yeah.
So what do you think about they gave Rasmus Ristolainen that big deal a couple days ago? Or do you think they should have traded him? Or
I am a huge Robert Hagg fan. And when we traded Robert Hagg for Rasmus Ristolainen, I put a bounty out on his head. I wanted him gone immediately. I was like, okay, it's just 1 year. We just have to deal with him for 1 season, and then we can get rid of him. And Chuck Fletcher was like, you know what? Let's keep him for 5 years.
Right.
And it literally killed me inside to see that. I was not happy, but
right.
He plays an okay game. He's not the best defenseman, but he's not Keith Yandel, so that's saying something. He's got some upside to him. He does do, he's a big hitter. Yay. And he's a right-handed defenseman. Yay. Everybody always needs one of those. So it did upset me, but it is what it is. And maybe, in 2 years we'll trade him and, get a third back or something.
Right.
Depending on how horrible we are, which I expect us to be.
I do too.
So
it sucks.
Yeah. And this is not what I want as a Flyers fan, obviously. I want the team to be good. I want us to do really well, but I also don't want us to be mediocre like how we have been for the past, 12 years.
Right.
So I would like us, to at least get some draft picks while we're tanking and, not screw them up like how we did when we got Nolan Patrick. And yeah, just go through that. But yeah, I was not that happy that Rasmus Ristolainen was brought in for 5 more years. But then again, I feel like, I don't know what we would have gotten for him.
Yeah.
I know Middleton from San Jose, he's not that good. He just got traded to Minnesota for what was it? Kaapo Kakkonen and also like a 5th round pick.
Oh wow, I didn't even see that.
Yeah. So that's when I feel like, yeah, we could have gotten, maybe a decent prospect or something and maybe a 6th rounder for Rasmus Ristolainen, but
I feel like like going back to last offseason, like supposedly there were teams that were willing to trade a first round pick for him. It was just a matter that ours was higher than theirs.
Yeah.
So maybe we could have got a first for him. I don't know. I would have traded him as well. Like if he was left-handed, he'd make like $2 million a year.
Yeah.
Like
Exactly.
he's physical and he's right-handed, so GMs are like obsessed with him. It's pretty dumb.
Yeah.
It
It's
kind
so
of felt
dumb.
like Chuck was just like doubling down on his own move, just hoping that it ends up working somehow.
Yeah, and you know he's got like Bobby Clark and Paul Holmgren just in his ear, like, hey, this is what the kind of guy that you need. This is what
Yeah.
you really want in a defenseman. You know, that's how we want a cup. You know, we don't play like that anymore. We need skilled players. We
Right.
need and I also don't like how we're trying to make everybody a two-way player. You know, we need some solid defensemen. We need some, just pure goal scorers. We don't need everybody to be both, because when everybody is both, that's when things start going wrong.
Right. I completely agree. Like Morgan Frost has been pretty inconsistent this year. Like he hasn't been great by any means, but I don't think the organization's been putting him in the best position to succeed. Like I think he should have been playing with G and TK all year long and just let's see what you got, kid.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. You know, Morgan Frost is one of those ones where you just don't know exactly what his ceiling is yet, because he just plays so inconsistently, and it really does depend on who he is on a line with, which is a good thing and a bad thing. Good thing because you can always put him with those great players and he'll always do well, but he can't hold his own, and that's what's not that good about him. I believe that it was it him and Lindblom that were on the line with Tippett yesterday?
Yep.
Yeah, like that, their line did really, really well. And I don't know if that's just because Tippett was in, he was new, or, I don't even know if Frost and Lindblom even have that much chemistry. So, that was a good upside to see yesterday, again, along with Tippett. But, first game, you don't want to put too much into it, small sample size. So let's see how the next game goes.
Right. It's funny you really like Robert Hagg. I work for Nasty Knuckles and we're trying to get him on the podcast this week.
I adore him. He is literally all right. So when he got traded, I sobbed because I love him as a person. He's a good defenseman, but him as a person, he's just so like nice, so sweet. You can watch any of his interviews, you can watch any of his post game or during game interviews, and he's just the nicest person. Also, everything that he did for Oscar when Oscar got diagnosed with cancer. I mean, he is just the most pure human being in the world, and I adore him. I love him. He's also a really good fighter. Not many guys take on Tom Wilson and live to tell the tale, and he has multiple times. So I love Robert Hagg. If you guys get him on, I swear to God, I will literally cry. So
Cool.
Please do that.
Yeah, like Riley coached him for a couple years, and Nasty was his equipment guy, and they both say like he's the nicest guy. He's like the best pro. Like this guy just gets it.
Yeah, I love him. I love him so much. I wish him nothing but the best.
Paul says Tippett is so much like Allison that it almost makes you wonder if there's a point in having two players like that. So I kind of get what you're saying. I think he's faster than Wade. And I don't know how much you can depend on Wade with how many injuries he's had so far. And it sucks because I think he could be a really good player. I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So, I mean, they are very similar, not only in looks, but in how they play. Like you said, he is faster than Wade Allison. And also, I think he has more experience. Obviously being down in Florida, he was, or down even with the Checkers, they have a way better development program. So he's a lot more developed than, hold on, my Discord is like going off. Did we just trade somebody?
So.
Oh no. Okay. Sorry.
It does sound like something's going on with Jones.
Yeah, that's what I had to stop and check my phone really quick because I was like, what is happening?
I don't think it ended up happening. Nothing yet.
Yeah, nothing yet. All right, I'm gonna mute my chat really quick.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
But yeah, so they They do play very similarly, but I think Tippett has a lot more development already in him. And like you said earlier, like Wade Allison has a lot of injuries, and those injuries have had him out for a very long time. Not consistently, but like he'll play for like a few games and get a really bad injury, be out for like a month and a half, and then play another few games and be out with another injury for 2.5 months.
Yeah.
So it's just all these injuries just piling up. It is concerning, and I also am afraid for when he gets into the NHL. I'm just very glad that they're not concussions and they're just like weird like wrist injuries or knee injuries, like just stuff like that. Things that won't hurt. It will hurt him in the long run, but it's not like concussions.
Right. Kind of bouncing off whatever this Martin Jones thing is. Like, is he someone you want to see moved?
I mean, I won't be upset if he's not moved. I mean, he's a free agent after this year, so I don't think he's coming back because I think we're going to bring over Fedotov. So I don't care. I mean, it would be nice to get rid of him and have him bring in like a 5th rounder or fucking 4th rounder. I don't know. Anything like that. For Jones would be nice, but like I don't care. I mean,
right.
He's not horrible. He's not great. I mean, I don't have an emotional connection to him.
It seems like him and Carter Hart really get along. So in that sense, sure. But I also think like moving him and not bringing him back next year, one, saves you $1 million or $2 million on cap. But then like we have these young guys in the system. And I listened to you on High and Wide a couple of nights ago talk about this Fedotov kid. You have him in the system. You got Ursan, you got Ustimenko, you got Sandstrom. Like, why not just give one of them guys a chance?
Exactly. I especially think Fedotov deserves it. He is just lighting it up. And, well, I guess not lighting it up in the KHL. I mean, his save percentage for the past 3 years has been astronomical. Yeah. And the fact that we didn't bring him over this year is kind of, I don't know why we didn't, but whatever. I guess we just wanted to bring a veteran in to get Carter Hart, back into his groove because he didn't have a good year last year. But it is what it is, and I would really, really like to see him next year. I don't think Ustimenko is definitely not ready. He can barely play in the AHL right now.
Yeah.
Sandstrom is okay, but he's had a lot of injuries this year. Same with Ursan. Ursan. He's had a lot of injuries this year, and he's been out a lot, so he hasn't really been playing a lot. Sandstrom showed himself when he did play those, that one game in the NHL. I think he played fine, but I don't trust him enough because I watched a lot of AHL hockey, especially last year, and he was not the best.
Right.
And I do not trust him to hold on to that, backup goalie spot. And I don't think he's earned it yet.
Yeah, Sandstrom's an interesting one. I've never really seen him play besides that debut. Sounded like he was good overseas, and then when he came over here, he really struggled, and his stats show that.
Yeah.
It's just that Tony guy who covers the Phantoms. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I don't know how you pronounce his last name.
I don't know.
He says Sandstrom's like really good, and it's just like the defense around him. I've only seen the kid play once, but I think it's time to like give one of the young guys a shot.
Yeah. For Ursan, so he played overseas last year and played on the worst team in his league. Like they had the worst defense, worst offense. They lost almost every single game, but he was still putting up like a 907 or something save percentage, which with that terrible of a defense, hello, welcome to the Flyers, but also like, that's really impressive. So bring him out. That's why we brought him over here, and we never even stuck him in the ECHL. We just brought him straight up to the AHL, just because that's how good he is. And he's also extremely young. He's 21. So he's got a long time to go before he even gets to his peak. And if he's already performing like that now, then, what is he going to be at his peak? He's going to be the next, Lundqvist. He's going to be the next Carey Price. He's going to be the next,
Big thing.
Marc-Andre Fleury. He is somebody that people really, especially Flyers fans, need to really look at and see like, oh, this kid's gonna be big. He's gonna be huge.
That's good to hear. So what do you think about like the Flyers coaching situation? Do you like Yo? It sounds like they're not bringing him back anyway, but like what's your thoughts there?
I mean, he's a good guy. Obviously, the guys in the locker room like him. I just don't think that he is head coach material, and he proved that when he was on the Minnesota Wild, and he got fired. So that he's just, I don't know, he just is not a head coach. He's a good assistant coach, I believe, but I don't think he's a good head coach. I really hope that we bring in Tocchet. I would love that. I think that he is, probably top 5 on the list. But I need to know where Scott Gordon is. I have no idea where he is. I want him back so bad because he's such a good coach.
I actually don't know where he's at. I know they let go of him because
like
pretty
they
much had no shot.
They
What's
mutually
that?
parted. They mutually parted.
Yeah.
He had 2 more years on his contract, but he decided, he was like, no. And I thought he was going to go for the Seattle Kraken head coach job, and then Hackstall got that, which is even more hilarious.
Yeah.
But like he really, like, I love him as a coach. Like he did really well last year in the AHL. He did really well when he took over when Hackstall got fired. He is one of those coaches that are really overlooked, I believe. And I think that he deserves a shot at being an NHL head coach. I have no idea where he's at right now. He's missing. I'm going to start putting out flyers, like asking
get
where
the
Scott
milk
Gordon
cartons
is.
out.
Exactly. Like I need to know where Scott Gordon is because I miss him and I need him back in our organization.
That's interesting. You don't really hear people mention Gordon too much. I thought like when he took over, like he used to say in his press conferences, like, "Oh, I talked to Nolan Patrick about this, and I talked to Oscar Lindblom about that," and like you don't hear that from coaches that much, and I like that. Like he identifies whatever your issue is as a player, whatever your flaws are, and it's like he communicates that well, and it's like I like that.
Yeah, I think he's like how Marty St. Louis is, and he's like a player's coach.
Yeah.
He's not one of those old head coaches that are really hard on guys. Do stuff like that. He is a player's coach. He wants to make sure that you are playing the way that you want to play, and that the play that you're playing the way that will make you succeed. And that's what I just adore about Scott Gordon. And he's also just like I said, he's a good head coach. They were at the top of the standings last year in the AHL, and now they are barely squeaking into a playoff spot. So, and their lineup has not changed all that much. So, it's obviously has to do with the head coach situation, which I mean, I have nothing wrong with Lappy. I think he's a great guy, but I don't know. I don't think he's ready for.
Yeah, I talked about that a little bit earlier with Jim from High and Wide. Like Lappy's not a good coach. He's an awesome guy, but like, what has he shown that he's a good coach?
Yeah, he's just. I mean, if you wanted to have him around just to be like how Bernie Parent is, and
right.
Just have him just, talk to people and just, be like that. That would be fine. But he's not a good head coach. He's just not.
I didn't think he was a good penalty kill coach either.
I mean, yeah, no, he's not. He really
right.
isn't.
I never saw. He's a good guy. I guess they wanted to keep him around. I don't know. So we got, I guess, 20 minutes to go before the deadline here. Do you think they end up moving anyone like bigger name, Provy, TK, JVR?
No. Especially, so I wish it'd be really nice if they would, get rid of JVR, but, I don't believe it's going to happen. He just has not been producing at all.
I know. He looks so checked out.
Yeah, he needs a new environment or something. Like, I don't know. He's just not
rough.
Playing like himself, and
right.
It's so sad to see. And for $7 million, like that's so much money. And he can't even like play up to it. Like
no,
it's
not
just
at all.
So bad. But I don't think we do anything with JVR. I don't think we do anything with TK. I don't think we do anything with Proby, even though I think we should do something with Proby because he is, on the decline, and I think his trade value, I think we'd get more than what he's worth right now. I don't think that I don't think Provorov is a bad player, but I don't think he is, a top pair defenseman. I think he's a very good second pair defenseman. And I think Flyers fans are now realizing that. But I don't think the league knows that yet. So
Yeah.
I think that, it'd be a good time to get rid
I
of him.
think the Blues wanted him before they ended up acquiring Nick Leddy today.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I see Provorov, like, let's be honest, he's been terrible this year. He wasn't very good last year. But like, I still feel like if Ryan Ellis was healthy, there's no doubt in my mind he'd be really good.
Yeah, he'd be playing a lot better than he is this year. Like I said, obviously he's a good defenseman. He played really well with Niskanen. He played really well with Ghost, a couple years ago. Obviously he didn't play well with Ghost last year, but I don't know what happened there. But I guess I do know what happened. Actually, it was
AV.
Yeah, it was AV. So that's just like, he has proved himself to be an NHL defenseman. He's not. He's definitely not a scrub. He's definitely not, a bottom pair defenseman. He just is not. He relies on being with somebody who is an offensive defenseman, who is a veteran, who is very good. That's what he relies on, and I think that because of that, he struggles when he's not with someone exactly like that.
No, it's a good point. Anything left you have to say before I cut you loose?
No, besides the fact that, I think the Florida Panthers are going to win the cup now because they have G and Robert Hagg. So
I think we all became Florida Panthers fans this week.
I was like, I'll get a G jersey. I'll do whatever. I'm going to watch every single Panthers game. And then Hagg got traded. And I said, I'm going all in. I'm doing everything I can. I'm going to be the biggest Panthers fan. I'll fly down to Florida. I don't care. Like,
it's like Flyer South now with Bob and G, Gudis.
Yes, exactly. It is. It literally is Flyer South. All they need is just like Michael Raffle, and they'd be fine.
Rafi, there you go. Is he still hurt? He was Dallas, right?
Yeah, he played yesterday in DC.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so tell the viewers where we can find your work at.
So you can go to phillysportsnetwork.com and I've got a couple articles up there. I've got some more coming out soon. We have a lot of great people there as well that write a bunch of great Flyers articles. You can also find me on Twitter at Legend of Steph. I don't know what has been wrong with me the past couple of days. I think I'm just like something snapped in my brain. I just won't stop tweeting. So you're gonna at least get something on your timeline, once an hour, I would say.
We can find good content over there.
Exactly. There's a bunch of memes. Sometimes I'm serious, but just a lot of laughs over there.
Cool. Thanks for joining me today.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Cool. I'll talk to you.
Alrighty, see ya.
See ya. Cool. That was fun. Different insight. Everyone pretty much today has said, hold on to Proby. She's the first one who said he may be on the decline and it's time to trade him. It's good. I like differing opinions. Have we gotten anything on Martin Jones yet? Does not seem like it. Deadline's in 15 minutes, but like we've been saying all day, there's usually some trades that come out after the fact. Cool. Paul says, the truth is we need stability. We've had too many coaches in a short amount of time. That probably doesn't bode well for young players' development. I agree with that. I don't think AV is very good at developing talent no matter what. The problem with that is like they keep hiring bad coaches. Hackstall wasn't a good coach. I know what Berube's gone on to do in St. Louis, but I didn't really think he was a good coach here. And I could definitely be wrong on that. I mean, all the players loved him. Steph talked a little bit about Scott Gordon. I liked Gordo. I think he's more of an assistant and one of them, kind of like Mike Yo. Like he's good with guys, but you don't want him like running the ship. And then AV lost the locker room halfway through last season when he's screaming at Carter Hart 10 seconds and destroying guys in the media and saying you got to put your big boy pants on and you're not worth this money. And I don't know. It's interesting. Whoever they end up hiring next, they have to hit out of the ballpark, or we are end up going to be doing a longer term rebuild here, which to be honest, I kind of think they should do anyway. I think like the core of this team's been around for a while, and it's just time to move on and try something different. And they did trade G. Maybe, I don't know. G's far from the problem, but Nasty Knuckles, thanks for Riley hopping on. Nasty, we'll try later. Yeah, I'm texting Nasty. We're going to try getting him in here. Sharpening some skates at the moment. The Hamburglar just got traded to Montreal. Goalies are getting traded. It's just not ours. Andrew Kopp. Yep, Paul just said that. Andrew Kopp's going to New York, it sounds like. Ellie Friedman a minute ago. Andrew Kopp and New York Rangers are heating up. So the person in here asking him maybe Kopp to the Avalanche. I thought that was a very big possibility. Maybe some picks and a sweetener, it sounds like. What the hell's a sweetener? I guess, I don't know, maybe Colorado chose Lehkonen over Kopp. I wonder if that's how that situation went down. Maybe we'll see what Kopp goes for. Maybe it ends up being a first. I really think the Rangers need a defenseman, though. Can you rely on Shesterkin making 40 saves every single night? Forsberg's still with Nashville. That's the thing I've been keeping my eyes on all day. Okay, I see what you were talking about earlier, Paul, with Anthony DeMarco. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen that anywhere else. Phil Kessel's still out there too. Maybe he's going to end up being one of these later ones. Damn, bro, they're trying to get Mott too. My buddy Ben really likes Mott. A solid bottom six guy. I will be honest, I am kind of shocked Phil's still out there. Do we know what the return on for Cop was yet? I wonder why the Devils wanted the Hamburglar. It's kind of strange. Like, I'd understand it if a team was trying to acquire him, who's in the playoff hunt, who like needs a third goalie just for like health insurance. Like, I shouldn't say health insurance, but like if your starter gets hurt, your backup has to come in, and then Hammond's the new backup. I'd understand that. Trying to see what other defensemen are like still out there. Because I don't think that the Rangers should be trying to get a defenseman. I mean, I don't think they should be trying to get forwards. I think they should be trying to get defensemen. I can't believe the Bruins gave Hampus Lindholm 8 years. I was actually shocked. Like, I like it. I like Lindholm. I think he's like a good number 2 top pair guy, but that was big. We got 6 minutes to go here. Part of me thinks Brass ends up going to the Oilers last second out of nowhere. What do you think of Flyers coaching? Well, I see you got AV as your profile picture. I did not like AV. Thought he was very good in his first year. Think every button he pushed clicked. But last season and the first half of this season, he treated people like absolute shit. And also, I think his system's outdated. And the Flyers weren't fast enough to run his system anymore. I like Yo, and I hope they bring him back as an assistant. It's very obvious the guys like him. I think some of his line matching's weird, and like who gets ozone starts and all that crap's kind of head scratching, and how he manages ice time. So yeah, maybe bring him back as an assistant. I really wanted Rick Tocchet, but I heard he was not going to come here. So then you look at Torts. I don't want Torts because I think he's too similar to AV, and we saw what happened with AV. Unless like you totally blow up the roster and get a bunch of new guys in here, then maybe. I think he might be too old school. I don't know. I keep hearing Jim Montgomery. I'm not opposed to that. Not opposed to Jim Montgomery. Used to play for the Flyers. He was the Stars coach for a while. He ended up going to rehab for an alcohol issue. And now he's back in the league, and he's assistant coach with Chief and the Blues. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually ends up being Montgomery. Mott for a fourth. I do like that. That's good depth player for a fourth round pick, kind of like what we did with Raffle last year. Anything else we got going on here? Mott. Kotkaniemi 8-year deal. Holy hell. I don't think he's ever going to Kotkaniemi. I don't think he's ever going to develop into the sorry, I was reading the text. I don't think Kotkaniemi ever develops into the player he was drafted to be. But I do think he could be a good third liner. I'm not sure why they're giving him 8 years. I'm guessing that has something to do with the qualifying offer he's supposed to get next season. And somehow this will make it worth it for both teams. Yep, Kotkaniemi 8 years. Crazy. Crazy. I wonder what the cap hit's going to be on that. It's got to be low, right? They're giving him years in exchange for money. I wonder if there's any market out there for Yandel. I was listening to the Jeff Merrick show last week, and Charlie O'Connor was on there, and he said teams were actually calling about Yandel. And I had this discussion with Charlie a couple weeks ago. The Flyers could probably trade Yandel if they actually ended his streak. Now that, he set the record. It sucks because Phil's right behind him. But I think a team would be interested in acquiring him as like their 7th or 8th defenseman, just so you got some NHL bodies for the playoffs in case you get a couple injuries. But I don't think whatever team acquires him wants to break that streak unless like Yandel agrees to it ahead of time. Like, okay, I'm okay with. He does have a no move, but it's like, okay, I'm willing to waive the no move. I'm okay that you break my streak. I want to win. And at that point, I don't even know what team would be interested. Maybe Tampa as like their eighth defenseman. My guess would be probably 4 to 5. I guess that's on the Kotkaniemi AAV. That would make sense. We got a minute to go here. We'll see what happens. Probably, I don't know. Maybe no one wants Brassard because of the injury. If I was an NHL GM, I would acquire Brassard for a 7th round pick. Just talked about Yandel. If they keep Jones, I actually will be a little upset. I don't see the point in that at all, as we've discussed all day. All right, 3 o'clock. It is 3 o'clock. Now, that does not mean that that doesn't mean trades won't be announced. There's always trades that come in late. Because I guarantee there's probably at least 5 trades that have happened within the last 2 minutes, and everyone's trying to call the league office at once. Chris Johnston from TSN, he just said Jacob Chikrin was not moved before the deadline. I've been talking about Provorov a lot today. I'm actually very not intrigued. I'm very interested in Chikrin. If they could somehow let's say St. Louis. We give St. Louis Provorov. Arizona gives us Chikrin, and Blues give Arizona picks and prospects. And we'd probably have to give in some prospects as well, picks. That would interest me. And Charlie O'Connor said, and it's 3 p.m. Nothing yet about the Flyers beyond the Braun trade, but they might still have something coming. I'm not sure if that's speculation or he knows something. Sidney Crosby traded to the Philadelphia Flyers by Ron Hextall for a 2032 sixth and Rasmus Ristolainen. This is huge. Cote, you're a clown. If Jones isn't moved, I will actually be pissed. They should have accepted the Oilers offer a couple months ago. I hope we just start seeing an absolute shit ton of Sam Carchidi just said 5 seconds ago, told Fletcher still on the phone. Maybe finishing a late deal, ordering pizza. We'll see. Hearing the Flyers might have one more trade. All right, I haven't heard any of this, but that's what I'm reading on Twitter right now. Jade comments, this team is pathetic. Why would you not trade guys who you're not going to resign? I'm with you. Trade Brassard, call up Ratcliffe. Trade Jones and give one of these kids a shot. I'm going to work. I'm going to try figuring out what the heck this deal is that we just made. It sounds like something is there. Hopefully it's Jones. Oh, it might be Brassard. Paul saying Brassard traded. Where are you seeing that? Where are you guys seeing this? Okay, Flyers trade Brassard to the Oilers. Did I not call that about a half hour ago? Before we had Steph on, I think. Oh, the Penguins are getting Raquel. Holy piss. Did I not say brass to the Oilers, though? I wonder what the return is on Brash. You'll probably retain half and get a late pick, right? I like Brass. I wish we could have seen him healthy all year. we could still see Jones moved. I completely agree. If he's not moved, I will be a little annoyed. I would have accepted the Oilers' offer for Brass a couple months ago. How did your show go, Amadeo? Jim give you anything good, or was he just trash? Sounds like Domi's on the move. I have a feeling Domi's going to be Boston, but Boston should have got Raquel instead of Pittsburgh. I'm curious to see what that move's going to be. I guess they're going to move Cartsy to wing. You go. Do you line up Sid, Malk, and Raquel? 1, 2, 3. Oh well, Raquel has been playing wing, hasn't he? Jim just left. Big game Brass, as you say. Kakaniemi reassigned. I saw that. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I don't think Kakaniemi's ever going to be the highly skilled guy everyone thought he was going to be. I just kind of think he's a skilled third liner. If you have more of a skilled third line, that works. Did the term get announced? We were thinking 4 to 5 mil AAV. Wow, for a prospect and a pick. Well, what's the pick for Raquel? End players, holy hell. 4.2 mil. I guess that's because of the qualifying offer. Rather than giving them that, they're like, all right, we'll give you 8 years. We'll give you some term and some financial stability. I like Raquel, though, man. That sucks. That sucks he's a Penguin. Bruin should have been all over that. And I'm curious what they do if they move him to 3C or they keep him on the wing and move Cartsy to wing or what. They should have shipped Jones to Edmonton too, no? I wonder if they had the capabilities to do that, cap-wise and contract-wise. Like, it doesn't sound like we know the details of the Brassard trade. So let's say he gets traded for like a fifth. Or why not retain 50% of both contracts and get a fourth out of it or a third? Yeah, Jones might not get moved now. I don't like that. They should have moved him months ago. They waited too long. I really wanted to see one of these young kids get a chance. Fourth rounder for Brass. 2023. They're loading up on that 23 draft. At least Chuck's doing one thing right. 4th rounder in 2023, according to Charlie O'Connor. I was talking about that on my podcast this week with Kevin. Like, why wouldn't you try go getting Brass? Been around the block, tons of playoff experience. Been good this year when he's healthy. I'm not saying he's like some great top 6 player. I'm not even sure if he's a third liner on a cup contender, but he's someone I'd like on my my team going into the playoffs. They're talking about it on the NHL Network now. So Brass went to the Oilers for a 4th. Well, why not turn that to a 3rd and put Jones in there? I can't wait to see the return on Raquel. These Kevin Weeks memes are hysterical. Max Domi to Carolina, huh? Elliot Friedman, 20 seconds ago. Max Domi to Carolina. I don't know. I kind of talked about that earlier. I never really liked Domi. Always, always thought he was overrated. Yep, Domi to Carolina. So I feel like Forsberg would have got reported by now if that was happening. No trades for the Sabres. Today, they did trade Hag, but do we know if the Flyers are done? Is that confirmed yet? I would probably imagine they're done if the Jones trade happened just before the 3 o'clock deadline. They probably, or not Jones, sorry, Broussard. That would be my thinking. Been live 3 hours, 55 minutes. Not bad for the first live stream. Hope everybody who was in here enjoyed it. Appreciate y'all in the comments for hanging out, keeping me a little busy. Oof. Phillies are getting killed. Anyone who's interested in that, Phillies are not doing well right now. At least it started to heat up at the end. It got kind of slow there for an hour or two. Did Boston do anything else? I'd be pissed if I was a Boston fan. Does not look like Boston has done anything else. At least that's been confirmed. Does anyone know what they got back for Cop? I think that was a fourth. Oh, no, not a fourth. Mott was a fourth. Cop? What was Cop? Let me try finding it. Carter and a first for Raquel. I don't think that's true. I haven't seen that anywhere. That is, nah, that doesn't even make sense. So yeah, it sounds like Cop terms haven't been announced yet, from what I'm seeing. There's a second round pick going to Anaheim in the Raquel deal, plus more. Domi got traded for a prospect. Couldn't find. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I got him confused with Mott for a second. Mott went for a fourth. I haven't seen what Cop went for. We were talking a little bit earlier, like if he was going to Colorado, I think Colorado could have given up a first for him. But I guess they went for Lehkonen. Carpenter's going from Blackhawks to Flames for a fifth. So the Flyers traded G, Braun, and Brass. Got what? 2/3, a fourth, a first, and Tippett. I don't know. Hopefully we got one trade left in us, man. Try digging into this Cop thing more. If you're still here, Drager just said sounds like picks and a prospect for Cop. Picks and a prospect. Yep. Cop for 2 seconds. No, that ain't it. Yeah, Cop for picks for Cop and a prospect. That's it. Bill Melter 2 minutes ago. There was interest in Jones, but Flyers were concerned about the injury issues with prospect goalies this season. Ideally, wanted a backup goalie back as part of it. Can't get behind that. So I guess that means he wasn't traded and the Flyers are probably done. At least got on the board. Martin Jones is good. I think he's an okay backup. I would have traded him though. I don't think he's been bad. Just don't really see the point of keeping him around. Like we talked about earlier, Fedotov should be the backup next year probably. I would have rolled with Sandstrom for the rest of the season. All right, well, we've gone for 4 hours here. I think we're going to call it. Appreciate everyone who's been in the comments all day. You made this fun, enjoyable. It kept me busy. Thank you to everyone who came on the show. Riley, Jake, Steph, Chris, Jim. Appreciate all you guys. Everyone who's left a like and a subscribe. I appreciate that. If you haven't yet, please do so. I'm going to start doing this stuff more often, and I'll see you guys soon. Peace.